Okay, I think I got it working. Can you hear me? Yes, we hijacked Grandma's house. It's better than the library. I don't think I can live stream at the library. But I got another FOIA return. Oh, I sent a records request for Lakeland McComas um, interviews and everything, and I got what they sent me back is ridiculous. It's absolutely crazy, the shit that they say. How y'all doing this morning? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Howdy, JG. Who else is in here? I don't know how to look at them. It says 4 people, but I don't know how to find out who they are. So might as well. I mean, we can talk about it right now. So, can you see that? Is it sharing? So this is what I requested. Any interviews, attempted interviews, statements, reports, notes, recordings, transcripts, summaries, or communications involving or referencing Lakeland Lake McComas from November 12th, 2022 to the present for the coworker case. This request includes, but is not limited to, audio or video recorded interviews. Okay. How's that? Is that better? So this request includes, but is not limited to, audio or video recorded interviews, written or typed interview summaries, officer notes or supplemental narratives, communications, scheduling, or attempting to schedule an interview. Any documentation indicating that no interview was conducted. If any portion of this request is denied or redacted, please cite specific. I put that in all of them. So this is what they said. Okay. The city has received your request. Attached for any interviews, attempted interviews, statements, reports, notes, recordings, transcripts, summaries, or communications involving or referencing Lakeland Lake McComas. Due to the increased volume of public records requests and the city's legal obligation to review and determine if there are exemptions from release of the requested records, the city will need a longer period of time to locate, retrieve, review, and prepare the requested records for public release. It may take the city more than 35 days, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The records you are requesting, if such records exist, regarding everything but the audio interview of Lakeland McComas and communications that involve Moscow Police Department, were created by the Idaho State Police. Your request for another agency's record is denied. Please submit your request directly to the Idaho State Police as they are the designated custodian of the other records if they exist. Now, what the fuck? I thought. Weren't we told that everything goes to Moscow? Everything's going to MPD? All the evidence? So, in compliance with the requirements of Idaho, the city attorney of Moscow has reviewed your request. You have the right to appeal a denial by filing a petition in comfort, whatever, in regard to the audio interview and communications. So, basically, the only thing Moscow is saying they have is audio and communications. In regards to the audio interview and communications, the city may charge for the city's actual cost for any public records request from a requester. Same old shit, blah, 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 blah. Here's the good part. This is an estimate based on the estimate time we believe it will take to process your request. Please understand that the exact amount can't be determined this time, and that the final total due from you may be more or less than stated herein. Based on an estimated 40 minutes to search for and retrieve the requested records, we identified 106 minutes of audio recordings and 202 emails to review to determine if they are responsive to your request, which we estimate will take approximately 305 minutes for legal review, redacting, and the administrative staff time to complete the processing of this request. The city estimates that this request will cost you approximately $459.75 for 451 minutes of city staff time. That's it. If you choose to move forward, the same old shit. So, records you are requesting, if such records exist, regarding everything but the audio interview of Lakeland McComas and communications that involved Moscow Police Department. So they're saying there is, well, request from other agencies. No. Okay, so are they saying that there's 106 minutes of Lakeland interview and then 202 emails about that interview? How? I don't understand. So ISP has everything except the audio and communications that involve MPD. The records you are requesting, if such records exist, regarding everything but the audio interview. Okay, so they're just saying they don't know, they don't have any of this. So who interviewed Lakeland? I guess MPD is saying they did. I mean, they want $459 to let everybody see that interview. let somebody come out with Lakeland McComas interview, and I'm suing the shit. I'm gonna start another lawsuit with MPD in Latah County. It's just, I don't think, I've never even seen anything close to Lakeland McComas in any of the supplements or anything. I don't understand how they can say ISP has everything but the audio. So ISP has the video of your audio recording? What? I thought everybody was supposed to. Moscow Police Department was the shit. I can't think of the word. God damn it. The custodian. MPD is the custodian of the evidence. It's their case. Why would ISP have everything except audio and the communications that involve MPD? Hey Kane, hey Christina. We're just wrapping our heads around fucking Moscow fuckery. So for an hour and a half, so you mean to tell me they interviewed her? Good morning, Will. They interviewed her for an hour and a half? What was so important? I mean, I know what was so important, but what was the difference that they interviewed her for an hour and a half, but the people that were at the house upon arrival for fucking 5 minutes, 10 minutes? And what did they have 202 emails about? Communications about Lakeland? But it's never in any files. Where would that be? Okay, ISP reports. Let's go to the ISP reports. We're going to find out and see if there's any Lakeland or LM anything. And I know how to write FOIAs. You know what I mean? It's not that I'm asking for fucking crazy shit. It's not going to have the name, is it? It would have had to be in the initial reports. I don't understand. And then they say the records you request, if they exist. How do they word it? The records you are requesting, if such records exist, regarding everything. Yeah, if they exist. If such records exist. Everything was turned over to MPD. They're the custodian. That's where all the evidence should be. I don't want to hear the bullshit that I requested the wrong agency. They should have all of the interviews. It's MPD that's releasing every other interview. What's so hard about this? Does anyone know what number the ISP report or anywhere that? Oh, I guess it would be Dylan's report. I just. Oh, I'm not even sharing. Sorry. You guys see that? And then I believe I got another FOIA. We can go back to the FOIA real quick. I'm trying to find that. Okay, this is. Let me real quick. Let me edit some of this shit out, like my name and shit. No, not highlight, you shit. Well, you would think, but they're sending me. And another big problem I have is I'm receiving all of these denials and quotes response. I haven't received none of what I paid for yet. Nothing. I haven't received a damn thing. Okay, so let me see. No name, no name, no name. No name, no name. No name. Okay. So I sent this email to her because I wanted to know what I'm getting. This is what I said. Dear City Clerk, thank you for your January 6, 2026 response. Before I provide the requested deposit, please provide an itemized estimate showing the specific files to be processed, estimated file sizes, estimated staff hours per file, and hourly rate used, whether audio is embedded in the file or is it provided separately. Please also provide a 10-minute sample clip or a short excerpt from the 99 plus hour data set so I can confirm relevance before paying the deposit. Please include SHA 256 checksums for any files provided. That's not a very big ask. You know what I mean? I want to test it before I buy it. This is about the 99 hours of surveillance footage that they changed into exterior, and I'm still going back and forth with them for that. But this is what she said. I am unable to provide any more information to you. Until the payment for the first half of the estimated cost is made, the records are not processed. I will not know how big, how many, or any other details until the record keeper of those records provides them to me. The cost estimate letter provides you with the estimated time the city believes processing your request will take. So they just want, like, as honest and trustworthy as Moscow Police Department is. Yeah, right. So they do all this fucking fuckery, and then they just want you to trust them. Send your money, and we'll send you the shit. Just send me your $1,100 or your $451, and we'll send you whatever the fuck we want. How do I know I want to know what I'm buying before I pay for it. They gotta have some kind of something. You know what I mean? They have to have some kind of information they can give you, not just, hey, this is what you're paying for, come get it. But yeah, so they want $459.75 for a 106-minute audio recording of Lakeland McComas and 202 emails of communications about that, about Lakeland McComas. And I've never even seen, the only time I've seen Lake even referenced, and Lakeland, it's referenced as Lake. That's the only time in these documents, and I've been through these documents pretty well. I mean, I'm not super. But I've never even seen, all I see is Lake. There's never an interview. There's never even been an LM that I can find. But apparently it was all in ISP. That's maybe it. You would think they would just release everything at once. Like, here it is. Here it is right here. This is who is this? Is this Dylan? It's got to be. Dylan was physical therapy, right? Yeah, you only do that. You only, if everything was straightforward, you'd release everything and say, here, find a problem. If you knew there was no problems in your work, you'd let people check. Okay. She explained the plans for Saturday. Explained there was the other Saturday afternoon. Saturday night, approximately. Posted an assignment. She explained when she got to the Sigma Chi function that she wanted to meet up with Xana, and this is. She called Xana on her cell phone. She further explained after she met up with this person, and the two of them then went to that person's apartment. Right. When asked how much alcohol she rage caved or described as drinking game, she denied there was any drug use. All right. She described something as being extremely intoxicated. Is that maybe Lakeland McComas? Who's this? Vicky Gooch? Of course, we don't have her fucking reports as being extremely intoxicated, and that she had to continue to consume alcohol because of somebody's intoxicated condition. What? And that she had continued to consume alcohol. Oh, okay. And because of she invited her to come back to her residence with her to watch movies, and because of I think this is Lakeland. She calls her Lake. Which she describes as involvement of sober freshman designated. She advised it was only she and Lake that went back into the residence using the Sobro. She did not believe anyone else was home. So Dylan and this person got a ride back to 1122. She advised it was only she. Okay, when the two of them got home, which she believed was sometime between 1:15 and 1:30. Oh, he kept getting shut down. He sounded like he was like, every time he was ready to dig in, Blaker, I think it was Blaker, cut him off. Oh, I know. I would love to talk to him. Okay, so when the two of them got home, which she believed was sometime between 1:30, 1:15, she was intoxicated, and because of that, she does not remember what time it actually was, but she believed it was between the two times she mentioned. Oh, thanks. She further advised she made popcorn in the kitchen, and she and Lake watched Vampire Diaries. Approximately 20 minutes later, I guess this is Bethany. The three of them laid down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. She believes may have walked home, and then she advised she does not know what time blank and blank went to bed. She'd already gone to bed and does not know when blank may have left or when. Okay, so Bethany had already gone to bed and does not know when Lakeland may have left or when Dylan went to bed. Okay, so when did she leave? Because it just pops right here to the grub truck. Approximately 2 to 2:30. So is this Bethany? No, it can't be. Approximately 20 minutes later, the three of them laid down what she believes may have walked home. And then she advised she does not know what time blank and blank went to bed. She had already gone to bed and does not know when blank may have left or when blank. So is this Dylan trying to say she went to bed? She went in her room while Bethany and Lakeland are in the living room still? Or is this Bethany's account? I don't understand. Anybody got any bright ideas? Right, and I've said from the beginning, like, there's a lot of times when redactions come in, and then the answer of the question before the redaction is completely different. Like, she was coached, that's why they were redacting. Okay, approximately 20 minutes later, somebody returned home. The three of them laid down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. Is this okay? Boise, Idaho. So it's who lives in Boise? That's Dylan, right? Dylan lives in. Okay, so this is Dylan. It's just weird how this shit's written. Approximately 20 minutes later, I guess Bethany returned home. The three of them laid on the couch. She believes Bethany may have walked home. She believes Lake may have walked home, and then she advised she does not know what time blank and blank went to bed. She had already gone to bed and does not know when blank may have left or when blank went to bed. And then she advised she does not know what time blank and blank went to bed. Did Bethany have a guy with her? Right. And well, it's got to be after 2:30. The Bethany taking the dog out. So Kai, but this is weird. And then she advises she does not know what time. Oh, Kaylee and Maddie went to bed, I guess. She believes blank may have walked home, and then she advised she does not know what time blank and blank went to bed. She had already gone to bed and does not know when blank may have left or when blank went to bed. Yeah, I think he was too. That's the only way he wouldn't have called her and asked her questions. You know what I mean? Because he was with her. I just don't. I really don't understand this. Um, okay, approximately 2 or 2:30, she awoke because Maddie and Kaylee arrived home with grub truck. Okay, so this was at 1:15 to 1:30. She made popcorn and watched Vampire Diaries. 20 minutes later, from 1:30, let's say 1:15, will be 1:45. Okay, so 20 minutes later, somebody else returns home at 1:45. That's when they start the three of them watch Vampire Diaries. Possibly four of them. 1:15 and 1:30. Here, let's do something. Let's see if we can look at 1112 and see if we can see anything that we haven't already. Of course, it has no sound. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm always breaking something. Okay, so what did that say? 115. Tomboy, maybe you can help. Before we do this, listen to. Hold on. I done fucked it all the way up. Okay, let's stop sharing that. Now I'm all fucked up. It's all your fault, Tomboy. And I'm at grandma's breaking shit. Okay. All right. So this is Dylan talking to Gooch. Yeah, just cause I'm not gonna take the blame for it. Somebody's got to. Okay, so two of them got home. I'm thinking it's Lake. She advised it was only she and Lake. This is talking about Lakeland. How we got into this is because I got the FOIA request for the Lakeland McComas um, interview, and that's a whole nother story. Well, I mean, we got a couple more people in here. I guess we could start over. No, well, let's one thing at a time before I blow gasket. So I can't understand this. Approximately 20 minutes later, Blank returned home. The three of them laid down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. She believes Blank may have walked home, and then she advises she does not know what time Blank and Blank went to bed. She had already gone to bed and does not know when Blank may have left or when Blank went to bed. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Oh yeah, it's everybody's fault. Everybody but me. Now, I'm thinking Bethany returned home. Then the three of them laid down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. She believes Lakeland may have walked home, or she believes Bethany may have walked home. And then she advised she does not know what time Blank and Blank went to bed. She had already gone to bed and does not know when Blank may have left or when Blank went to bed. So the person Dylan brought home, that she was drunk. Dylan brought this girl, like invited her back to our house because she was drunk. And Dylan's trying to tell us Bethany came, they were watching Vampire Diaries. Dylan gets up, goes to bed, and has no idea what Lakeland and Bethany do after that. Until 2 o'clock or 2:30, she awoke because Maddie and Kaylee arrived home with grub truck. Her food grubbing ass smelled that shit. Bite, like a num nums. But it's great. Something's up with Lakeland, and I think that's who's in here. Lakeland may have left, or when. All right, so let's look at the FOIA. Now we got a couple of people in here, a whole 13. Look at this FOIA that they sent me. Again, sorry if you already seen it. Actually, I don't really care. Can you guys see that? Right. She texts him. And she has his number, but he don't know who it is texting him. Because remember, he says some boy named Dylan or some boy can't remember how it worked, but okay, so here we are. Back at the beginning. Because I just have no, we just play shit by ear. Okay, so you guys can all tell me how bad my FOIAs are. But this is what I requested. Any interviews, attempted interviews, statements, reports, notes, recordings, transcripts, summaries, or communications involving or referencing Lakeland Lake McComas from November 22nd to the present. This case number. This request includes, but is not limited to, audio or video recorded interviews, written or typed interview summaries, officer notes or supplemental narratives, communications, scheduling, or attempts to schedule an interview, any documentation indicating that no interview was conducted. I mean, I think that is as good as it gets. I mean, you can write it better than that. I mean, I'm just a semi-college educated asshole. Okay, so the city has received your request attached for any interviews, attempted interviews, statements, reports, notes, recordings, transcripts, summaries, or communications involving or referencing Lakeland Lake McComas. Due to the increased volume of public records requests and the city's legal obligation to review and determine if these are exemptions from release of public records, the city's going to need a longer time, 35 days. Bullshit, what else you got to do? The records you are requesting, if such records exist, regarding everything but the audio interview of Lakeland McComas and communications that involved Moscow Police Department were created by the Idaho State Police. Your request for another agency's records is denied. Hey, Carmen. How is this a request for another agency's fucking records when Moscow is the fucking I keep forgetting this word. What's the word? Shit, what's the goddamn word? Custodian. Everything goes back to Moscow. Moscow was the lead. But why is this different? So you're telling me MPD kept the audio, and maybe that's why we only have audio in some of these interviews. Maybe the video belongs to ISP. Good morning, Carmen. Good morning, Woke. 12 people in here. Blue Devil, how you doing? Jesse Lynn. Tomboy, breaking everything. Anybody I missed? Because I don't know how to look at anything else. Okay, so, sorry, I got sidetracked. Okay, so in regards to the audio interview and communications, that's what this is. I'm not reading all this. Okay. This is an estimate based on the estimated time we believe it will take to process your request. Please understand that an exact amount cannot be determined at this time, and that the final total due from you due from you may be more or less than stated herein. Based on an estimated 40 minutes to search for and retrieve the requested records, We identified 106 minutes of audio recordings and 202 emails to review to determine if they are responsive to your request, which we estimate will take approximately 305 minutes for legal review, redacting, and the administrative check. Bullshit. The city estimates this will cost you approximately $459.75 for 451 minutes of staff time. You mean to tell me they don't have these fucking things in a file? They need to spend 40 minutes looking through these files to see if they have a fucking Lakeland McComas interview? That's what this is. I guarantee the interview was not 106 minutes now that I'm thinking about it. They're going to use that 106 minutes is probably total audio interviews they have. But there's never been, if anybody can point me to the direction of where Lakeland McComas was even interviewed, and it was memorialized in a report. Oh yeah, we're not supposed to be pampering him. That was my big thing with the media. Did I show you guys the media? I got back from when I requested the media. And here's I was telling you guys about the emails I sent back and forth. Oh shit. Just doxed myself. Why isn't that fucking saved like that? Hold on, let me cover this up and I will show you the emails I sent back, because I asked her for an itemized list of what I'm buying. And of course they what's that mean? We can't do that. I can't give you no more information than it's already. Basically, please see the attached response. It doesn't say who her interview was. I was reading Dylan's Gooch report. That's the only reference to Lake or Lakeland McComas is by Dylan. Yeah, I think so. Is by Dylan in that interview with Gooch or wherever else, and she tells her story. It's never interview. There's never an interview of Lakeland or. It's ridiculous. So this is what I sent for the 99 hours of surveillance. That this is only a couple of the emails. I just brought out these. Yes, it is 0003. It's Gooch's, whatever this shit. Okay, so I wanted to know what I was buying. So I said, thank you for your January 6th response. Before I provide the requested deposit, please provide an itemized estimate showing the specific files to be processed, estimated file sizes, estimated staff hours, whether the audio is embedded in the video files or provided separately. Please also provide a 10-minute sample clip or a short excerpt from the 99 plus hours so I can confirm the relevance before paying the deposit. Please include SHA 256 checksums for any files provided. I don't think so. We can look. But I'm unable to provide any more information to you until payment for the first half of the estimated cost is made. The records are not processed. Why the fuck not? I will not know how big or how many any other details. It's fucking ridiculous. So basically, go fuck yourself. Quit asking questions. Is what they're trying to say. I gotta go back to my ISP. Danny Vargas is MPD. Just share the goddamn thing, man. Hold on one sec, guys. All right, I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, 0003. Okay. So I always thought Bethany was upstairs in the room with him as the four. I think it was Lakeland, or maybe Lakeland was gone already. Lakeland was gone before the 2 o'clock. I think. Who knows? So 2 or 2:30. She did not. All four of them were together, which included, I guess, Dylan, Bethany, Maddie, and Kaylee. They were taking selfies and videos. All the girls talked about getting grub truck food. She did not believe Xana and Ethan were home because their bedroom door was open, and she did not see them. And she discussed whether she may have been mistaken about this, and then she said she was certain she saw their door was open, and they were not home. I don't know. I think Lakeland left before Maddie and Kaylee got home. She then went to bed, which she advised was after texting the Uber driver. So, okay. She went to bed. She advised she does not know what time blank and blank went to bed. So who is blank and blank? If it was only three of them, the three of them laid down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. She believes blank may have walked home. So Lakeland may have walked home, and then she advised she does not know what time blank and blank went to bed. So one of them left out of the three, and then she does not know what time blank and blank went to bed. She had already gone to bed and does not know when blank may have left or when blank went to bed. What the fuck? Does that? I mean, that still doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Did Bethany have somebody with her? That's what we were. I mean, is that? Because this looks like Lakeland walked home, and then she advised she does not know what time It wouldn't have said. And then she advised she does not know what time Dylan and Bethany went to bed. That's not what it says. And then she advised she does not know what time Dylan and Bethany went to bed. She had already gone to bed and does not know when blank may have left or when blank went to bed. Could this be? But that's too big for Kai, Bethany, and I don't know. It's weird because there's only 3 of them. But if one leaves, this is like basic math. If you have 3, take away 1. There's 2 left. But she's not. But there's 4 people here. So the one person's talking. She is one person. She believes this is another person. And then she advised she does not know what time 3 and 4 went to bed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or am I fucking retarded? That's been known to happen. But it can't be because they're not home yet. Right, this paragraph under here, Tomboy, approximately 2 or 2:30 a.m. she awoke because Maddie and Kaylee arrived home. So this happens before 2 o'clock because we know Maddie and Kaylee got home at 2. So this happens between, let's say, 1:45 because they get home at 1:15 and 20 minutes later, blank returns home. Bethany returns home. So it's 1:45 now. The 3 of them laid down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. It's 1:45. She believes blank may have walked home, and then she advised she does not know what time blank and blank went to bed. She had already gone to bed and does not know when blank may have left or when blank went to bed. So because they got home at 1:56. So 1:45 to 1:56 is 9 minutes. I'm sorry, 11 minutes. I mean, I'm not trying to guess who they are, really. It doesn't make sense. She's not talking. She's leaving somebody out. Or Gooch is leaving somebody out. Isn't there a Gooch interview with her? Right, and I think Bethany came home with somebody. Well, no, Lakeland was with Dylan. That's the 3rd. That's Lakeland, Bethany, and Dylan. There's a 4th. Dylan had somebody with her, Lakeland. Bethany comes home, and there's a 4th person in there. Between 1:45 and 1:56, there's a 4th person not accounted for. And Lakeland goes home. Or goes where, and Lakeland disappears. It'll probably be easier if I. Right, but was he at the house? She was with this guy. Who was that, Gooch? So we're looking for Dylan's interview with Gooch, right? Are you kidding me? Excuse me. I don't think they've ever said he was there. Nobody's ever said that anyone else was there. I don't think. Like it was just fucked in. Excuse my language. What would it be? What the hell would it be? I don't understand how to find this. Anybody know where I can get the Gooch interview? Nobody? Nobody? Anyone? Anyone? Oh yeah, YouTube? Thanks. Appreciate it. Maybe with the interviews with police. Excuse me. Wasn't it just audio with the Gooch one? You piece of shit. Which one is it? Anybody know the date? Come on, you guys gotta help me out. You know I'm a half-ass YouTuber. Probably like a quarter-ass YouTuber. I think Gooch was just audio.
Today is December 30th, 2022. It's 11:12 a.m. This is Detective Joe Lake for case David 22-000030, quadruple homicide, Latah County, Moscow, Idaho. With me today is
Detective Gary Tollison, Idaho State Police.
Attorney for.
perfect. As we
That ain't it.
This will be an interview. on the 17th of November, 2022 at 12:05 PM at her residence. And give me your address again.
Can you hear this?
Do you know the zip code?
I think.
I think so too.
Give me a middle finger emoji if you can hear this.
It's
So I didn't ask Sergeant Blaker, you have her cell phone. You probably have her cell
Yeah.
phone. Okay. So that's the number attached to your cell
Yeah.
phone. So you know why we're here? We're here to talk
Yeah.
about what happened over the weekend.
Yeah.
So can I ask, what year are you in school up there?
I'm a sophomore.
And what's your major?
Major in shitty stories to tell the police.
And how long have you been living in that house?
Just since the beginning of August.
So how did you?
Oh,
live
so
in the
you
house?
Dylan was there 2 months
My best friend in sorority
before
had
all this
big
shit
littles.
happened. Imagine
Madison
that.
Logan and she reached out to some of us to live with her, and I knew her pretty well, and that's how I got to live there.
Where did you live your freshman year?
House.
So you've always been in a sorority.
Yeah.
So is your friend?
Yeah, she was in with me as well, and we moved in together into that house.
And how did the other girls come to live with you?
Xana is a year older than me, and she also knew Maddie, and Maddie reached out to her. Kaylee Goncalves
You can find
is
the
her
mojo.
lifelong
What the
best
fuck is
friend,
the
her little
mojo?
sisters. Maddie also reached out to her to live with her because they obviously need to fill up rooms.
And did you know them before this semester?
Yes.
Through the sorority?
I knew Maddie and Xana through the sorority beforehand, and I'd gone over to the house with Maddie and her roommates, and she had Kaylee over a lot, and I saw her and met her a few times.
And was Kaylee
You guys
part
care
of the
if I skip
sorority
around,
in
or,
your freshman year?
You guys want to hear this
She
whole thing
is
again, or what?
a senior, but she was in.
So Kaylee just through connections with Maddie came
Yeah.
to live with you.
Yeah.
Otherwise you didn't know her before
Yeah.
the introduction through Maddie and Xana. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah.
So how well did you know the 3 other girls besides before you moved in?
Pretty well. Me and Maddie and Xana hung out a lot. My was best friends with Xana, so I was at their house a lot, and I knew Xana pretty well.
What's last name? How do you spell that? And she doesn't live in the house at all.
No, she lives across the street at the White's apartment with my friend as well, who is I think she's actually a year older, I believe.
Her friend who?
You moved in August, and then because I haven't been in the house,
Mhm.
where was your bedroom?
So obviously, when you walk in, you have the door. Right in front of you is the downstairs bathroom. When you go to the bathroom and take a left, that is the room. Again, looking at the bathroom.
Did she ask you
right
where
left,
your
just
room was, not the layout of the house?
When you first walk in the door and take a left, there's stairs. Those stairs go right into the living room. When you're in the living room, you can go right, which when you go right to the hallway, there's like this hallway right here. There's a bathroom here and Xana's room right here. If you don't go in that hallway, you just go straight. You can see the stairs go up to the 3rd floor. Right next to the stairs on the left is my room. To the right of the stairs is the kitchen and the sliding door. When you walk up the stairs to go to 3rd floor, right immediately to your left is Katie's room. You can look kind of diagonally to your right, and there's the bathroom, and then fully to the right is Maddie's room.
So it's a tri-level?
Yeah.
And you're on the same floor as Maddie and Kylie?
I'm on the same floor as Xana.
As Xana?
Yeah.
So maybe I missed that. I'm sorry. So where is Kaylee and Maddie's room?
They're 3rd floor.
Okay. And you're 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. And who's in the basement?
Just,
I'm sorry, you okay?
yeah, I'm okay.
We're going to have to walk you through some tough questions. Are you going to be okay with that?
Yeah.
So tell us about Saturday. Let's talk about the 12th,
Okay.
the day of the game. What time did you get up on the 12th?
I don't even know. We had formal and we had a little party on Friday, so obviously a lot of us were pretty drunk that night. I don't remember exactly when I woke up. We started drinking champagne right off the bat.
Tell me what formal is. So like a ball.
Kind of like that. Me and my friend ended up not going to formal. We went to the house and then just came back home and like kept drinking and partying at my house. And then it was like more of a smaller party. It was people that we were closer to, just mostly not like everyone else.
They came to your house?
Yeah.
Who was in your house that night? On the night of on the Friday night. You're saying the Friday night.
So obviously all the roommates, Ethan and my friend and her, I guess her boyfriend wasn't there, and her boyfriend, they brought, and I guess brought her friend. It was like all of our friends and their dates.
You knew everyone that was there?
Yes. They're mostly, all of them were except for the dates. There was a few freshmen there. I believe it was, and they had their dates. I don't remember who they were. They were of some sort.
Good morning. What's that? Ass-tastic? Awesome.
Meaning?
A fraternity.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Not from cultural.
No.
Just got to clarify,
Yeah.
right?
I'm trying to think of who else. Oh, we had our friend, I don't think she brought a date, and then later brought her date. And then I believe that was all.
Is her first name?
Yeah. Well, I guess you could say.
And
yeah.
How long did the party go from the 11th to the 12th?
We started, I believe, around 4:30. Some of us. So when you have a formal, you have a sober hour. All the that were wanting to go, we got a ride from a sober person at 7:20. We had to be at the house before 7:30. We were at Pie for, I would say, maybe 30-40 minutes, and then Kaylee was my date with me, so she came with me. We decided we wanted to go home. So Maddie Mogan, she got me and Kaylee an Uber. We came home. And then
who the Uber was?
No, I don't remember. And her date, and then her date got a ride from another Uber home, I believe, or sober. I can't remember exactly. I would say that was around 7:30, around 8 to 8:10, 20-ish on Friday.
I want to clarify on something so you know.
Uh-huh.
If there's alcohol going
Yeah.
on, use, any type of drug use, that's not why we're here.
Yeah, I
want you to
know. That's
I
what
do.
Robin told me.
Yeah, well, that's not our focus. We need to figure out who did this to your roommates and forever changed your life.
Yeah, I know. And obviously we were all very drunk.
So you get the ride home from the Uber around 8:30?
Who's Robin? I guess, is that her lawyer? I don't know how to let people like join, to talk, to come up on panel. I guess I don't know how to do that. If somebody wants to, keep more than welcome.
I would say so, maybe a little bit earlier than that. I think it was like right around 8:30 because that was when everyone was leaving to go to the formal.
Have you ever used this Uber driver before?
I don't remember. I think it was then. Yeah, I believe yes, because an Uber driver we know pretty well. We have his number. Super nice guy. I don't know for sure if the Uber that.
Hold up. She just said the Uber driver that we all know pretty well, that we all know really well, but Gower acts like he didn't know her when she was texting him that morning.
That we got that night was the same guy, but we just usually would trust Ubers.
So that night it wasn't.
I don't fully remember.
Okay.
Sorry, I was intoxicated. I don't fully remember that.
No, you're okay. Can I ask you, because I do, and I have to ask how much consumption, so we can understand her
Yeah.
statements from the perspective of consumption. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely. I explained all that to her and she's ready to go.
Okay, so Friday night maybe isn't as important as Saturday
Yeah.
night, but what happens Saturday? What time does the party end on Saturday?
On Friday, you mean?
Friday to Saturday morning. I'm gonna think it ends.
Yeah, I can
Um,
understand.
Probably
that.
didn't end at midnight, right?
I don't even really remember exactly. I'm trying to like rethink of what happened, but I can't even think about Friday night really.
Well, this is why we're asking.
Do you care if I look at my phone to
I don't
see?
mind
Because
at all.
I have probably videos or somewhat.
Why we're asking too is maybe there's someone you met or some path you crossed Friday into Saturday that resulted in what happened on Sunday. That's why we're walking you back.
Yeah. Okay. So I believe
Yeah.
we got home and we went over to the Whites. Xana and Maddie were there. I think it was White's apartment. We were there for a little bit. I decided to leave. I think it was in her room. I can't really remember. It was just me, Maddie, and Xana at the White's apartment, and I just didn't feel like being there, so I walked home. And were at my house. They were playing music, and it was just us four for the rest of the night. And I believe I went, from what my picture I saw, I went home around 12. I mean, I went to bed around 12:10 because I'm in my bed at 12:15 in that picture.
Who was in the house on
I
Friday to
can't
Saturday
take it.
again?
I gotta jump around a little bit. My ADD's
At what time I went to bed, I have no clue. I remember waking up, obviously going back and forth, kind of looking around. Eventually they go into the room, apartment, which I think is, I can't remember, bad at all.
What were the plans for Saturday night?
There was a lodge party, that's where we went to later that night. That was the main plan, was like, okay, it's party tonight. Like those are known as the most fun parties, which is like you want to go to all of those pretty much. Bad at all.
What were the plans?
Made food. I know me and Kitty made pasta. I was there and they were just having, I think there's like 5 or 6 people total at the house, and it's like a 5-minute walk from my house. So I remember telling me, and like, do you want to go later? We just called it. They ended up staying, so me and ended up walking there. It's like a 5-minute walk. I was with him. We go in there. It's obviously me and best friend, and then twin, and then there's also him, I believe. I'm almost positive that's who was there. Again, I kept drinking more. We were playing Rage Cage drinking game, so I don't know fully how much I had to drink. I obviously was probably
not at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm not that cool.
How much you had to drink? Up to the point that you don't remember how much.
So like after the nap, I had about 3 or 4 drinks of seltzers. I'm pretty sure.
Like what type of seltzer?
Like just White Claws.
Is that 8%?
Those are 5%.
I think that's what I thought.
You're doing the lower end.
Yeah, that's what we usually would always drink.
So this isn't a question of interrogation. It isn't a jam up. Were you doing anything else besides the alcohol?
No, me and never have. Dan and Ethan, they would take Adderall every now and then, but that was the only thing they would ever do. Maddie would never ever. Kaylee, I remember we were talking about it once when she did Adderall, but that was it. I mean, Zan and Ethan were very smart. They were not like stupid drugs at all. I remember all I heard about of them doing was Adderall. That's the only thing I've heard of. Me and were never we just never touched that stuff.
You just did alcohol. You just
just drank. That was the only thing we did. So we're at her place. Obviously having a good time. My friend, do you know what a Borg is? People do Borgs. It's like those huge water jugs you pour out alcohol, put vodka and meal. Just drink. That was the only thing we did. But it also wasn't like, oh, you have to lock it. Like Moscow always seemed like a super safe place. Like usually would always like a video of us. Let me see what time that's at.
Oh, you got up and took a video?
I put Vampire Diaries on. I don't know for sure, but I think around 20 minutes later. Just drink. That was the only thing we did. So we're at her place. Obviously having a good time. My friend, do you know what a Borg is? People do Borgs. It's like those huge water jugs you pour out alcohol, put vodka and me or whatever. It's supposed to like get you really drunk or whatever. Obviously had drinking a whole board, and she was very drunk, and I didn't want her to walk home. So she had been talking to this guy named Hayden. He's a super sweet guy.
She didn't want her to walk home, but after they got back to 1122, she forgets about her. She don't care. She doesn't know when she left or if she walked home because she went to bed. But an hour earlier, you were so worried about her. I just can't with her.
I really like him. I was like, okay, well, I can take with me to go home, and we can watch Vampire Diaries and just cook popcorn, you know? So every fraternity, they have sobros, which are freshmen that are supposed to be sober for that night so they can drive people home. I tell him, I was like, hey, can you get a sobro so we don't have to walk? I mean, the walk's not terrible, but like she can not walk very well.
921 round.
We get the sobro. Was going to come with us, my friend, but she ended up staying at, I believe. I don't know where she went exactly because of me got in the car. I don't know who the guys were that drove us, but like I trust them because I knew them. I trusted him. They were all part of it. They're known as being like super nice, trustworthy guys. We get home. No one is home. So we go upstairs. The house is kind of a mess, obviously, because we just had that party Friday. Saturday, we were drinking, whatever.
What time is this that you go home?
Oh, let me check again. I don't know if I fully have a photo.
What do you call the freshmen that stay sober?
Sobros.
Sobros.
Yeah.
Hey, Momos.
So it was definitely after 1 because I have a video of dancing at 1. So I guess at first I thought it was 1, but it could have been 1:30. I don't know. I was intoxicated. I don't fully remember. I'm gonna say around 1:15 to 1:30ish. That could be wrong.
We're not talking about Grandma today because we're taking over her house. Nah, she's Grandma. You know, she's healing really good. She's doing really good. She does not like. I mean, she doesn't like to be told what to do. I guess anybody that's 96 years old isn't gonna want to be told what to do. Like, she's used to living at her house, and now she's got to live at a rehabilitation clinic, and I'm surprised my phone hasn't rung since I've been live. She's just starting to talk about leaving the house after Sigma Chi to go home to 1122. This is Dylan Mortensen, Victoria Gooch interview.
On Sunday morning.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Do you know who the sober brother was who gave you the rep?
No, but like if needed, I can text him and he would know. So we get home. There's popcorn. I always make just a bowl of popcorn for me and Lynn, and I put Vampire Diaries on. I don't know for sure, but I think
That sounded like me and Lakeland right there. When she just said that, when talking about popcorn, in my opinion. Yeah, she's doing all right. Thanks, Mama.
around 20 minutes later, came home and we just laid down and watched Vampire Diaries. When I first did this interview, I thought it was around 2 when I went to bed, but it could have been later. I don't fully remember. Again, I was kind of out of it. I was drunk. At some point, I did go into my bed. Ended up sobering up, and she walked home. I told her she could get a ride, but she wanted to walk home. I was like, okay.
Do you know what time that would have been?
I don't know when she left. I mean, that was like a normal thing. Like, you were never worried in Moscow. It was normal just to walk home. I don't know what time I went to bed. I have no clue. I remember waking up somewhere around 2 and 2:30. Again, I don't fully remember. I heard Maddie and Kaylee come home. Again, the walls are pretty thin. Like, you can hear everything. So Maddie and Kaylee get home from the club.
You don't say. Walls are pretty thin, and you can hear everything. But you didn't hear 150 plus stab wounds and death screams that can be heard at the neighbor's front door. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. And Ethan, right? It's like 2:30 right now, and definitely she says Ethan and Xana were not home because their door was open. So Ethan and Xana were not home. No, they initially called for one victim, one passed out victim.
I noticed they have grub truck, so it's just like that video that's going around. It's them at grub truck. They usually just get mac and cheese, so I can tell they got home from grub truck because they got mac and cheese and they take an Uber home. I have like a video of us. Let me see what time that's at.
Oh, you got up into the video?
I went up to, so pretty much, I don't know where Beth was, but she was upstairs with Maddie and Kaylee in Kaylee's room. I went up there to say hi and hang out with them for a little bit. The video I have is at 3:10, so I guess it was a lot later than I thought. Sorry, I don't know. This video I have is at 3:10.
So hold on. It's now 3:10. When the video she took upstairs, when they're all four in what I guess Maddie's room or Kaylee's room somewhere with the grub truck food. It's now 3:10. And she knows Ethan and Xana are not home.
Have those videos?
Yeah.
Does anyone else want to text and ask if this story?
So it's the Uber driver that we all know.
Is that 3:11 a.m.?
That was 3:10. I thought it was around 2.
What were they asking?
Hold on, you can hear it.
Yeah. Grub truck was like the best place to go when we were drunk.
So who
I
was
don't
in
know
the
how
house at
to-
3:10 a.m.?
I don't know where Xana and Ethan are.
Okay.
I don't know if they came home or not, but I know for sure. I know in that video we can hear her laughing. So it's me, Kaylee, and Maddie. That is who's in that video.
Bethany,
And I have
Kaylee,
a
and Maddie.
picture of
Just
Maddie.
to make sure that we have that, could you text that to myself?
Yes, I have a picture of Maddie too, and I'll save both of these and send them to you.
Thank you.
And I can screenshot the timestamp too. I can send it to you after this whole
Yeah,
thing.
that's fine.
And that's
Okay.
on the 13th of November.
That's on Sunday. I guess it's really early Sunday. So I guess that was at 3:10. I thought it was earlier. I didn't know that.
Before we go forward, you said when you got home with,
Mhm.
you said no one was home.
No one was
And
home.
you even went upstairs.
No, I never went upstairs.
Oh.
But because Kaylee and Maddie came home later, that's how I knew they were not there that time.
So what about Ethan and Xana?
Their door was open. I could see that.
So she's a future teller. That right there tells you she put her stories together. She's been. You can't do that. You can't know nobody else was in the house because they're coming home later that you don't know yet. Does that make sense?
So they were not home.
That door was open at that point. when you
Yes,
came?
sorry, I can't fully remember. I don't know for
Okay.
sure if their door was open or not, but I believe they were not there. I mean, maybe they were, but at that moment, I believe they were not.
At 3:10.
So obviously,
Let me step back because that's a fair question. So when you were talking about Ethan trying to get hold of his sister, did he leave your group to go check on his sister?
I don't think so. I don't know. I think he thought that she might be either at her house or like at the formal, wherever it was. I don't really know. I don't remember talking to him a lot. Me, yes, left that little group to go into the lodge. So I don't know where him and Xana
You
went
never
after.
saw him again.
I did not see him again. So after
I'll be right back. I gotta walk
the video
upstairs.
of me, Maddie, Kaylee, and in that room. I did text, and I'm gonna guess you have those text. I can screenshot all of it to you.
Okay.
I texted. I was like, "Hey, are you driving tonight?" He goes, "Yes, I am." And then me and Kaylee were like, we're not gonna go anymore." Like, we just didn't feel like going, so we never did. I went into bed. I have a big habit of locking my door because I watch Criminal Minds a lot, and it kind of messes up my mind, so I get freaked out about everything pretty much. I don't remember if I locked my door or not that night, but pretty much there was music playing in the living room, which is very normal. People come home, like our roommates come home drunk with some people, you play music. That's normal on the weekends. Not weird at all. I could tell it was Kaylee by her voice. I don't know how I knew it was her, but I'm pretty sure it was from her voice. And I also knew that Murphy was with her. So that's how I knew it was for sure Kaylee.
Her dog.
Yes, her dog. And
What time did you go to bed? What time do you think you went to bed?
I have no clue. Somewhere after that
After
video of
3:11.
310. Yeah, I don't fully remember.
Murphy had no blood on him,
When did you text our?
but left footprints
Yes.
in Maddie's
I
room.
remember that.
Because you went to bed after you texted him?
Yes, I went to bed. I was walking downstairs when I texted him, so it would have been like right after I
Were
went.
you using your normal phone texting to talk
Yes.
to these people, or were you using an app or something?
What do you mean texting? Like,
So there's multiple ways to text people. You can either text by using your phone through the
Yeah.
actual message system, or you use Facebook or Snapchat.
yeah. So the main two ways we text is Snapchat and text.
Okay.
I switch between
Put
both.
it
But
on-
it's never like, oh, I only text this. Like, I don't.
Put it in the
You
chat.
know, like it's both kind
Can you
of.
do that?
Do you have a preference on which one you normally use?
No, it just is like if
Or does
they.
it depend on who you're talking to?
I guess it would
Yeah.
be. It depends who I'm talking to and like how important it is. Usually, if it's more important, I go through text. But then also like I'll text like my high school friends through more text than Snapchat. Like it just is random. I would say nothing really.
It's
Why?
not difficult to transition between the two. is
No,
it?
it's not. Like my friend, I'll text through Snapchat and then I'll also texting her through messages. It just is random.
Okay.
Let me
So
try.
could there be chances we could see gaps when they look at your phone and everything like that? They could see text messages through your normal phone here, no text messages in them maybe for a day or two because you're using something
Yeah.
else.
I thought, are you guys able to go like download my Snapchat stuff in there, or
I
is
don't
that not
know.
possible?
So I've been traveling these last couple
Okay.
of days, so I don't know everything that's been done up there in Moscow and what they've been able to find.
Okay.
But if I have information that it's normal for me to do certain things, then it helps. Then
Because there is a gap on your cell phone. There's a
Okay.
gap
Then
of
that's-
communications on your cell phone from Saturday, but it resumes normally on Sunday.
Yeah, that's probably why. If there is any way that you guys could download that stuff, I would really like you to have that just so you can get a better timeline to figure anything out.
Did you hear what she just said? There's a gap in her phone messaging, in her phone information from Saturday till I can't remember when. I wish I could. I wish this was easier to. I'm going to download it. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna download it and play it from there. It'll be easier to fast forward and shit like that. Sorry. Okay. Hold on, let me see if this works a little better.
This will be an interview on the 17th of November, 2022 at 12:05 p.m. at your residence. And give me your address again.
But it's probably gonna. I mean, I can reset it. Have that password. I can look on Sunday. My phone run down here.
story, the perspective I had, not your story, but hearing it from the detective sergeant, I thought, this is why it's important, that the offender was talking to you.
Well, they had the router upstairs,
No.
and then they had the one in the first floor basement.
Sorry if I got
The
she
first
got
floor
almost up the top
spare
stairs just
room.
by how many like stomps there was, because Xan and Ethan would get up and like it just is random. I was having a good time. My friend, she let me check again. I don't know if I fully have a photo.
What do you call the freshman that it's?
Come home like arguments. Come home drunk with some people. You play music. That's normal on the weekends. Not weird at all. I could tell it was Kaylee by her voice. I believe they were not there. I mean, maybe they were, but
I think this is where we
at
were.
that moment, I believe they were not.
Okay.
So obviously,
Let me step back because that's a fair question. So when you were talking about Ethan trying to get hold of his sister, did he leave your group to go check on his sister?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Can you guys hear that?
I think he thought that she might be either at her house or like at the formal, wherever it was. I don't really know. I don't remember talking to him a lot. Me, left that little group to go into the lodge. So I don't know where him and Xana
You
went
never
after.
saw him again.
I did not see him again. So after the video of me, Maddie, Kaylee, and
I would love to
that
be
room,
in my room
I did text,
at my
and I'm
house.
gonna guess you have those text. I can screenshot all of it to you.
Okay.
I
This
just
shit
I
is
was like,
so-
"Hey, are you driving tonight?" He goes, "Yes, I am." And then me and Kaylee were like, "We're not gonna go anymore." Like, we just didn't feel like going, so we never did. I went
Not a
into
big fan
bed.
of
I
change.
have a big habit of locking my door because I watch Criminal Minds a lot, and it kind of messes up my mind, so I get freaked out about everything pretty much. I don't remember if I locked my door or not that night, but pretty much there was music playing in the living room, which is very normal. People come out like arguments, come home drunk with some people, you play music. That's normal on the weekends. Not weird at all. I could tell it was Kaylee by her voice. I don't know how I knew it was her, but I'm pretty sure it was from her voice. And I also knew that Murphy was with her. That's how I knew it was for sure Kaylee.
Her dog.
Yes, her dog.
What
And
time did you get
I
What time do you think you went to bed?
I have no clue. Somewhere after that video of 310. Yeah, I don't fully remember.
When did you text or that would help us?
Yes, I'll look at that.
Because you went to bed after you texted him?
Yes, I went to bed. I was walking downstairs when I texted him, so it would have been like right after I
Were
went.
you using your normal phone texting to talk
Yes.
to these people, or were you using an app or something like
What do you mean texting? Like,
that? So
Hold on, what was the question? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. If it's home Wi-Fi, then Signal Jammer wasn't used. The phones can use either one. Social media can use either one. So you're gonna switch to the network, whichever one. Like, if you don't want to use, like, say, remember it back in the day when we used to run on minutes, like our phone minutes, when we did, or our data plan, we didn't want to use our data. So you switch to Wi-Fi. Okay, we'll do it like this. Say your phone has no service, like you have a phone, a physical phone, but you don't, the bill isn't paid. You can still use it, but it just has no service. You can't call, can't do nothing like that. You can pull up to like a McDonald's and hop on their Wi-Fi, and then you can use the internet on your phone. You can use their Wi-Fi, and you can still get on your social media, your everything. You're using your phone, but McDonald's internet. And most places have like, no, her phone shows it switched between two apps. Like they're talking about, there's a gap in her communications. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So she stopped messaging on text messages, like regular SMS texts. And she started using, so basically, all these messages she's talking about don't show up in her text message log because she didn't text with her phone. She used a social media app. Yes, your phone would have it keeps a log. I'm not sure how that's like getting into it, but I'm sure if you go look into the back end of your phone, it will tell every network that it talks to. Switch. Would her phone show it switching between the two Wi-Fi data? It'll show like the little. It'll show on the phone. I'm not sure if it'll show what network she was using when she sent what message. I don't really think that would matter what network you're on. They just want the messages. Right. It switches back and forth to the Wi-Fi, but I don't think it matters. You're not going to be able to tell that, okay, I sent 3 text messages on Wi-Fi, and then I sent 3 text messages or 3 Snapchats using phone data. You probably would be able to do that like through the phone company. I'm sure there's a way. There's a way to do anything. Hold on, guys.
Multiple ways to text people. You can either text by using your phone through
Yeah.
the actual message system, or you use Facebook or Snapchat.
Yeah. So the main 2 ways we text is Snapchat and text.
Okay.
I switch between both. Like it's never like, oh, I only text this. Like I don't, like it's both kind of.
Okay. Do you have a preference on which one you normally use?
No, it just is like if
Or
they.
does it depend on who you're talking to?
I guess it would be, it depends on who I'm talking to and like how important it is. Usually if it's more important, I go through text. But then also like I'll text like my high school friends through more text than Snapchat. Like it just is random, I would say.
I'm sitting here
Nothing really
talking and
specific.
talking, and my mic's off. The only thing that would a signal jammer would show is that there's no network. It wouldn't be like signal being jammed. You know what I mean? It would show like no service. Right, yeah, but I was just explaining, trying to explain that basically. And I forgot what I was gonna do. Oh. Something else I wanted to look at. I want to go through the documents that were in Brian's apartment, and at some point. But that interview that we were just listening to, and that right there is the only reference to Lakeland. I mean, a redacted reference, but let's see here. Shit. Bear with me. I'm not too good at thinking and talking at the same time. Gooch is ISP, right? Do I think DM fits psychopath and massacre behavior? I think I'm not qualified to answer that. But if I was forced with a gun to my head, I think a lot of females fit psychopath behavior and mask it very well. That is a good question. Let's see the definition. We can watch. I mean, we can watch that. Just let me know what you guys want to do. But I believe she definitely fits the profile. All right, let's see. Not to be confused with psychosis, psychopathology, Jesus Christ, psychopathology, pathology, psychopathology. Jesus Christ, I can't say it. Psychopathology. Psychopath. Oh, wow. Oh. I must be fucking. I'm not even. I'm done trying. Okay, so psychopathy or psychopathic personality is a personality construct characterized by impaired empathy and remorse, persistent with antisocial behavior. Pathologic. I can't. Psychopathology. Pathology. Psychopathology. There we go. Psychopathology. Jesus Christ. And they gave me a gun. Characterized by impaired empathy and remorse, persistent antisocial behavior, along with bold, disinhibited, and egocentric traits. These traits are often masked by superficial charm and immunity to stress, which creates an outward appearance of normality. Yep. Did you spell it right? PSYCHOPATHOLOGY. I guess. So yeah, that's Dylan to a fucking T, really. Characterized by impaired empathy and remorse, persistent antisocial behavior, and egocentric traits. These traits are often masked by superficial charm and immunity to stress. I don't believe she has that. I think she tries. And immunity to stress is she definitely doesn't have that. No, they didn't actually. And I honestly think once they started looking into Dylan and her mental capacity, like her sleep habits and her not sleep habits, but vivid dreams. And I bet you Dylan has something in her medical history about sleepwalking. Um, Waking up in places. Ow, I bit my tongue. Oh my god. Oh. Waking up in places she doesn't remember going to sleep. In different places, you know what I mean? Two hours in, what do you guys want to do? Want to check on Guthrie real quick? And and then we can get on. I want to go through them Brian papers. You guys might get bored, but I think them papers have a really big I don't know. I can't think of the word. Importance to this case. Let's see. These. Research topics. Topic 1. Theoretically important. Offender decision making, emotionality, and burglary, with theft material gain as the end. Topic 2. An exploration of the training needs of officers conducting digital forensic examinations. Excuse me. Offender decision making. Okay, that's the same one. Excuse me. I wonder if they could read this. Oh shit. Oh no, you probably hear my TV. I'm sorry. Let's see if we can read this. Nope. America, the nation that houses 25% of the world's inmate population, despite consisting of only 5% of the world's population. Since 1989, there have been about what? America, the nation, houses 25%. America, the nation that houses 25% of the world's inmate population, despite consisting of only 5% of the world's population. Since 1989, there have been about 2,400 falsely convicted citizens that have been proven. That have been proven. Criminologists believe that the scope of false convictions may span from 2 to 8% of all convictions, indicative of a system that somewhere in its functioning unjustly strips citizens of their life, liberty. Furthermore, 9 to 10% of innocent project exonerees pleaded guilty to crimes they did not commit. Ooh! There are two main ways in which these unsettling statistics and estimates reflect the shortcomings of the American justice system, according to Rakoff's citizens. Decreased access to the courts, as well as in forensic science. He wrote exactly what he wrote his case. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Like I was watching Jules the other day, and she said, "You couldn't even write a book this good." I said, "No, that's not true. Brian wrote this shit before he got arrested." Exactly. Decreased access to courts is a multifaceted contributor to false guilty pleas. Firstly, these issues disproportionately affect people of color, as is evident to disproportionate minority confinement. Unfortunately, Rakoff estimates that in coming years, 1 in 3 black men, the ages of 22 to 35, may be incarcerated. This is the first layer of how false guilty pleas manifest. That is, disadvantaged citizens and seemingly targeted subjects. I wish I had them in order. Right, exactly. I think really, I don't know. There's a lot of shit that I can't figure out, and I don't know why. But I think that however he got in this situation, or if he like his, sorry, I know I'm fucking babbling. So everyone that decides to work in law enforcement will conform to corruption one way or another because it comes with the territory. Fuck you. I won't. I didn't. That's why I left. I retired early because that shit, it's like fucking trying to build a house on quicksand. But anyway, I really think like he wasn't doing that the Reddit post or whatever it was. I really think he's trying to change the system. Like, I don't want to be like he's like a superhero, justice super warrior. You know, I don't believe that. I think once he got in this situation, I go from thinking once he got in the situation. When is this? I wonder. When was this written? Hold on, guys. Sorry. I'm getting ready to make eggs, hash browns, steak, and cheese in a wrap, and then grill it. Like a grilled wrap. Do you think DM spoke with BK off the record as part of the study? If so, could that explain how he was completely maybe Bethany. I don't know. I won't take a picture and send it to you then. All right. Hold on one sec. I'm sorry. All right, I'm back. So people always say, go like when they go like he's a Fed route. They always go the route like he's a Fed and agreed to take the fall. I'm not like singling you out, but there's also another like I guess branch of that. If they needed to solve these 4 murders. No, yeah, that Fed's fine. I'm just saying, taking the fall and having him being a Fed and then having to take the fall and be put in jail. There's another branch. What if they needed this murder solved for whatever reason? I believe the university needed it solved. What if he is a Fed, or if he is a plant or whatever, they came to him and said, hey, we need the face of this crime. We need you to be the culprit. Be shown in court, be shown in handcuffs, and play the part. Hey, William. Like, they came to him and said, we're not going to be able to solve this case. Like, we have no idea. There's no way we're not going to be able to solve this case. We can't let it go cold. We need somebody to be the face of the culprit. So he plays the fugitive, you know what I mean? Does all that shit. And at the end of the day, he goes home. He don't even go to jail. You know what I mean? Everybody thinks he's like, oh, he's taking the fall. What if he's not even in jail? Like, they did an awful lot of releasing what murder or what criminal has ever had footage of him in his cell leaked to the media? Zero. I've never seen a prison where they got cameras in the cell. Well, yeah, that's not true. Which part? Like, what about the cell? I don't know about Idaho about having cameras in their cell, but a lot of prisons don't have cameras in their cell. Even if he was on suicide watch, I can't think of a time there has ever been footage from inside of a cell of any criminal, let alone a high priority serial killer, if you want to call him that. I mean, they didn't even leak footage of Epstein in his cell. That's why they're not allowed to be in the cells, because the toilets are right there by the bed, and you can't have a camera in a cell watching the whole cell and watching this man while he's taking a shit. The toilet is right by the sink, and the sink's right by the bed. You were a CO? That's cool. So, I mean, that's why they do rounds. They go around and check. They put eyes on the inmates and do count, because they usually don't have cameras. No, not really. They're not really that big at all. Maybe like Convict's Thoughts would know better in Idaho, but in Baltimore we have like dorms, like 6 or 7 pods with 8 to 10 bunk beds in one room. Or we have two-man cells. It's like, I don't know, 8 by 10 with steel bunk beds. I don't believe that. I mean, they can say everything they want. I understand it was a leaked video, but I'm saying there's a reason they were trying to push so hard to show us he was in jail. You know, like, look, here he is in jail, washing his hands. There's his underwear. There's his little mini toothbrush. Like, why are they pushing to? It's like they're trying to prove their lie. You know, when like you got a teenager or something, and they're adding extra details in the story because you know it ain't true, or they know it ain't true, so they're trying to pump up the story. Either way, the camera in the cell isn't the main point. Isn't the that's besides the point. It's the pushing that he's hey Beach Babe. It's pushing that he was in jail. Like, look, there he is. You know he's in jail because look, we showed you he was in jail. It was a leak. Like, I would go that route. I would go the route of it's phony and he's the face of the crime before I would go the route of he's a Fed that took the charge and went down for it. There's there's pics of people in jail, but it's not about the pics of him in jail. It's about how hard they're pushing to show us, to prove that he is in jail. And they're pushing to show that they solved this case so hard when they could have just identified the DNA that they didn't identify and maybe solved it that way. And why that just made me think of Chaos Theory. That new video Chaos Theory put out. Here, I'm gonna go cook and I'll put this video on. And you guys can watch it while I go cook. And if what I'm saying is the thing, the plea doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? He took a plea, so all this stuff didn't have to come out in court. They and the judge wouldn't even have to know, but I believe he did. Yeah, I don't think he's a Fed, or I don't think that, but I'm just saying if you go one way, you got to go the other way. I don't. I said all that to say that's not my view. Chaos sector, not chaos theory. So this is 32 minutes. I'm not going to be that long. If you guys want to stay, stay. If not, you got to pay to get out. There's a $37 fee. Exiting the live stream is hidden behind a paywall. Can you guys hear that? Oh, settle down, chaos sector. That's because it wasn't added to the stage, Blue Devil. What were you thinking? Yeah, I can't believe either. I used to like chaos theory. I thought maybe they're doing this just like satire, but I'm not
The
sure.
Matrix. I want everyone to
Is
think
that loud
about
enough?
something
Good
for a
enough?
moment. The
Let me know,
posters who
'cause I'm
suggest
getting
the
ready to go.
chaos has been paid off and
I'll be back.
such, think about that for a moment. What benefit would that give the group that would pay us off exactly? Kohberger already pled guilty, so what would be the point? Wouldn't that make sense during the investigation, before trial, before any guilty plea? You see, when you're stuck in that delusional box, you say things that make absolutely no sense whatsoever. Oh, the chaos has been paid off to claim Kohberger is guilty. Well, I think it's actually a compliment that you all think we're that important, that the alleged conspirator would pay us off to spread that narrative, don't you think? Wow, never knew the chaos was so important, right? It's not a good look to go around spewing that opinion just because you don't agree. It shows a lack of optimism, lack of tolerance, lack of integrity. The problem here is that no one is actually addressing the time frame of 4:17 a.m., and that's what makes the chaos a bit concerned. This would be considered deflection the last time I checked. Here's the thing. If all of you still believe that it's not Kohberger's white Elantra, then whose is it? Is it the Elantra found crashed and abandoned in Eugene, Oregon? Yeah, that was a suspicious vehicle, and it was alleged the driver had ties to the landlord of the victim's home. But where did that trail lead to in an investigation? Heard nothing else from that claim. Heard nothing else about the female who was driving the vehicle. So apparently there was a dead end, because if there were an actual trail, which would be the suspect vehicle in this case, the chaos would have stayed on that vehicle and the driver and everyone associated with that driver. Yes, we looked into that vehicle and even presented a theory previously, yet there was nothing that came about from it. Now, if that vehicle has not led to suspects, then, well, it's not the white Elantra in surveillance. Furthermore, you all have to come to grips with the fact that the suspect, Brian Kohberger, was driving on South Main Street around 9 a.m. in Moscow, Idaho, approximately 5 hours after the murders. Yes, that is Kohberger driving that Elantra. What was he in Moscow for at that time? Can anyone answer that question? In addition, why was he in that specific area, near the victim's neighborhood? Mind you, they have his path taking this route to the home that night, from Indian Hills to Steiner Road, passing this very Sunset Mart on Main Street. About 2 months prior to the murders, he stopped by Moscow PD, driving at night with no information of where he was coming from. It would have been nice to know what his whereabouts were, if the officer asked him where was he headed or coming from. But nonetheless, he's in Moscow, Idaho, driving around at night and appears a bit nervous. His cell phone was pinging in Blaine, Idaho around 4:48 a.m., about 30 minutes after a white vehicle is spotted leaving the neighborhood. Oh, that's not his vehicle, so don't put out disinformation. Yeah, okay. So what about the vehicle spotted heading back to Pullman around 5 a.m.? Let me guess, that's not his vehicle neither. It's just a white vehicle. No way to determine if it's an Elantra in that footage. Don't do that. You're starting to give off this very strange vibe, and that vibe would be defending someone you know is the killer, and you don't want to have that image. Believing he's innocent is one thing, but when the evidence or information starts to reveal truth, you can't keep ramming your head against the wall. And that white vehicle is speeding, by the way. It's not doing the speed limit, trust me. Oh, and then there's the surveillance in Pullman, which we can't seem to find all of a sudden, showing a white vehicle driving around 5:30 a.m. as well. Okay, so many claimed Kohberger didn't have fog lights on his vehicle. Well, he had a front deflector, as seen here. Now we see this, right? Let's look at a previous screenshot from Idaho Statesman. Now we're going to zoom in on that vehicle. Now, what do you think that black strip across the hood would be? That's not a reflection, not pixelization. That is clearly a black physical object on the vehicle. Could this be a deflector? Yep, and guess who had a deflector on their vehicle? That's right, Brian Kohberger. Would you at least at the very least, assume that this may be Koberger's Elantra. I mean, come on. Isn't this back as well? No alibi, driving around at night, heading back to Pullman around 5:30 a.m. after having your phone off from about 2 hours. A white vehicle is seen spotted snooping around in the neighborhood. A man is heard in the home attacking and murdering a female. The white vehicle then leaves the neighborhood around 4:20 a.m. Shortly after this, Koberger turns his phone back on around 4:48 a.m., which pings in Blaine, Idaho, heading south into Genesee, Idaho, then Uniontown, Washington, then heading north into Pullman around 5:30 a.m. Now, going back to the vehicle, which you all would spitefully agree was Koberger's, doesn't this appear to be the same vehicle and intentional driving from a crime scene in another state? Please, provide an honest debate about it. Don't shuffle your feet around the issue.
And before anyone says, oh, that deflector is not seen on the Elantra on Main Street, so it's not Koberger's Elantra, well, it's not hard to just remove the deflector. And wouldn't it be logical for Koberger to remove that deflector coming back to Moscow, which would make his vehicle appear different, like you suggested? Just wanted to point that out.
Let's deal with this for a moment. Because I think he's run out of quarters for the arcade. In other words, it's game over, my friends. The surveillance footage that you all would stubbornly agree is Koberger's, based on the visual evidence of the deflector, is traveling down Johnson Avenue, then Bishop Boulevard. Well, it's called Johnson Avenue, but this was previously Johnson Road. Yep, it changes to Johnson Avenue. You see this screenshot? Okay, now take a mental picture of the surroundings here. This is the path the vehicle traveled, headed back north to Pullman.
This specific area, which is captured by a surveillance camera where the Ford pickup is parked, is near Keller Supply Company on Johnson Avenue. If you look to the right, there's another parking lot with an old-style fence around it. Now let's look at the map. This is the same location, my friends, where the white Elantra, the white vehicle, was spotted driving by. The time is approximately 5:30 a.m. Now, on the other surveillance camera, further down on Bishop Boulevard, the white vehicle surveillance camera. Yep, we see the vehicle making a right onto Highway 270. Unfortunately, we don't have the other surveillance camera showing the vehicle driving through that intersection. It doesn't matter. It exists, though, just can't remember where we saw it. Nevertheless, this vehicle, which is a white vehicle that you all stubbornly would admit is Koberger's due to the deflector on the hood, is driving late at night around 5:30 a.m., heading back to Pullman from somewhere, right?
Now, where would this vehicle be coming from, you ask? Remember, you've stubbornly agreed this is Brian Koberger's vehicle. Keep this in mind. If we continue south on Johnson Avenue, it turns into Johnson Road, and that road is very important. Why is it important? Because it determines where Koberger would be traveling from heading back up north. Well, what do we have here? Johnson Road takes us all the way to Uniontown. Didn't Koberger's phone ping in Uniontown? Sure did. Now, stop right here for a moment. This is nowhere near the park where he allegedly was stargazing, because if that were the case, when he turned his cell phone back on, it would be pinging southwest of Moscow, right? Right? Hello? Is anyone out there? If Brian Koberger was southwest of Moscow in the state of Washington, at the park just hanging out and enjoying the serenity and such, even if he turned his phone off to just unplugged, when he did turn his phone back on around 4:48 a.m., which more than likely he's ready to head back home, that phone would ping in the same area he turned it off in, which would be southwest of Moscow in the state of Washington. But it didn't. It pinged all the way in Blaine, Idaho, Ness, Idaho. Then it pinged in Uniontown, Washington, crossing state lines. Then it pinged in Pullman, Washington. Now, correct the chaos here, but isn't this cell phone activity crossing state lines from Idaho to Washington? Okay, not only is it crossing state lines, the previous state it was in, being Idaho, the phone is pinging from the northern region. Ah, yes, now all you have to do now is connect this cell phone activity and path, or let's just say trajectory, and link it to the white vehicle snooping around in Moscow, Idaho, approximately 2 hours prior. And that 2 hour time frame has Koberger with his cell phone offline. Oh, and by the way, the white vehicle didn't have fog lights. The lights are just bright because Koberger's headlights are still in great condition.
Well said, because there aren't any fog lights spotted, just bright lights. And there's additional surveillance that shows the vehicle driving around on Ridge Road. Have you all forgotten that footage? That vehicle does not have fog lights, and you would be flat out delusional if you would suggest that vehicle creeping around the neighborhood on Ridge Road is not the same vehicle creeping in and out of the neighborhood. In fact, just to prove without a doubt that the white vehicle in the neighborhood doesn't have fog lights, we caught a still frame. In this frame, no lights are visible, only the tail lights. But if this vehicle had fog lights on the Elantra model, we would see that light right here, because the railing is only blocking the headlights, not from those fog lights, even with a bit of obstruction, which actually magnifies that the headlights are what is giving off that bright lighting. This vehicle does not have fog lights, just like Koberger's, correct? I know that was a key point everyone wanted to prove, but the vehicle does not have fog lights. Neither does the white vehicle snooping around on Ridge Road. Now, the other claim, the Elantra had a sunroof. Koberger doesn't have a sunroof. What you assumed to be a sunroof was nothing more than pixelation. Yes, because if you view the vehicle making that three-point turn, it's the highest visibility of that roof. Now, do you see a sunroof? Let's zoom in a bit. Okay, no, the white Elantra does not have a sunroof. It does not have fog lights. So if you would just concede the fact that the vehicle doesn't have fog lights, as the lights are just bright in that security cam footage, and it doesn't have a sunroof, we can move on to debating if it's Koberger's white Elantra. I mean, at least that's a genuine debate, I guess.
It's about being honest, my friends. If you believe Brian Koberger is innocent, then by all means, you have every right to believe that. But if we have changed our views on that theory, don't slander the chaos, just have fog lights. Koberger's vehicle doesn't have fog lights. We revealed the vehicle doesn't have a sunroof. Koberger's vehicle doesn't have a sunroof. Off this alone, you have to accept the visual evidence and surveillance. That should encourage more optimism. With those two visual elements not a part of the vehicle, which you not his vehicle, you can't. And that's where the optimism should come in. And we haven't even gotten to the point that it is in fact a white Hyundai Elantra. Now it really becomes optimistic or concerning. And what about the deflector that Koberger had on his vehicle? We exposed that the white vehicle on Bishop Boulevard has a black object on the hood, which, I mean, come on, that's the same deflector on Koberger's Elantra.
All right, I couldn't take it no more. So this is 1112. Hey, William. 4:30. Just after the black truck pulls in, and I want to see if you guys seen this before. Probably have. I've probably got to watch it once to see it. It's right here. Not a whole lot. I watched the driver's side headlight of that car. See that? How the fuck do I? .430 and 46 seconds. For that to flash right there, that was a big light in the driveway of 1122. Yeah, I believe all the barks and the car door shutting and all that shit that you see. And I mean, here is what happened on the 22nd of December when they did their audio comparison. They brought out the dog. The sheriff brought out the dog. Payne drove a white car by the camera, and Blaker opened and shut car doors and opened and shut trunk lids. So basically, they re-recorded the sound effects that they needed under the guise of audio comparison. All right, I'm about to play this again. It's in literally 9 seconds. I got it going slower, but it's right here. Starts at the bottom and goes up. I'm gonna mute it just because it's playing. So I got it on half speed. Right now it should happen. Maybe not. Or was it 46? Or did I miss it? 46. They brought out a sheriff's police dog. I'll bring up the I'll bring up the file. That to be a flash right there, it's coming right from the house. Let's see. I think it's supplement 88. Right, exactly. You can't compare sounds. And I've always said, what the fuck do you need to compare sounds for in a security camera? Have you ever seen police come back to a gas station robbery and record themselves for comparison? No, you just look at the fucking footage. And it was also the same time of night. It was like late at night. I think it was like 12 o'clock. So it was dark. I think it's 88. Well, 88 wouldn't be here. Come on, guys. You guys got to get it together. Okay. Is that big enough? Excuse me. No, they wouldn't have had to make all the same background noises. All they would have to do is clip the part that they need and insert it into the clip that's already there, into the audio that's there that doesn't have it. So basically, you have one audio footage from, let's say, 220, and you want to put a dog barking. There's no dog barking at 220, let's say, but you want dog barking at 220. So you record your dog barking, you go into editing like Audacity or something, you clip the dog bark and you add it to the audio from the camera, or from 220, and now you have your original audio plus dog barking. It's not that hard. I mean, I'm a fucking idiot, and I can do it. Well, a proper analysis, they wouldn't need a random dog. You know what I mean? They would go get Murphy, make him bark, and then match up the hertz or whatever it's called, the tone or whatever. You wouldn't use a different dog. There's no reason for them to have to drive a white colored car at night in front of that camera. No reason at all. Okay. So all this is about, on December 22nd, I was tasked with reinstalling the exterior camera known as the light bulb camera to capture some comparison videos and audio. I contacted one of the tenants who gave me permission. Upon arrival, he said he broke it because it's cold. Previously installed a new SD card into the camera and powered on the router and camera at the Moscow Police Department to ensure the camera was functional. I then was able to monitor the camera using the Home Eye Pro app on my phone. So why couldn't he do that before? Why is it this easy now? But previously to December 22nd, they were having all kinds of trouble getting this footage. But now it's just, turned it on, watched it with my phone. So, Corporal Brett Payne was able to drive a white-colored vehicle into the view of the camera. Sergeant Dustin Blaker parked the vehicle near the residence and closed the doors and trunk on a vehicle for audio comparison. A canine unit from Lewis County Sheriff's Office was utilized to capture barking audio comparison from the residence. I FOIA'd who this was. They don't have any files. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see what they said about the FOIA for this. For Supplement 88. Supplement 88. Let's see what they said when I FOIA for all this information. You think we got it? Now I just gotta find it. Hold on, let me find it, guys. Okay, here we go. Shit. Hold on, let me cross out my name and shit. Excuse me. All right, let's see. Okay. All right. So this is what I requested. MPD Supplement 88 video and audio comparison recordings and the entire recording of 1112 King Road light bulb cam, as well as radio correspondence between the officers memorialized in Supplement 88, also include the attachments linked to the report, SD card copy, reports, and the name of the sheriff that provided the K9 for the bark audio comparison. In short, audio, video reports, and attachments, as well as SD card info. That's what I requested. Okay. The city has received your request. Attached for the following records attached to the Brian Kohberger investigation. Comparison recordings for 1122 King Road. The entire 1122 King Road surveillance. This is where they all fucked up and told me that they had 1122 King Road surveillance. This is from them. You seen what I requested. 1112. They fucked up. And put 1122. Radio correspondence, attached links to the report for the canine bar comparison. In regards to number 3 and 4, a search for the requested record was conducted and no such records were identified to exist. Therefore, it's being denied. So there's no reports. They just miraculously popped up and started doing recording. Nobody talked to nobody, nothing. Now this is where they fucked up. Because I asked for 1112 December 22nd, the audio comparison. They fucked up. In regards to number 1 and the remaining hours of surveillance footage for number 2. Comparison recordings for 1122 King Road, the entire 1122 King Road surveillance. That's 1 and 2. In regards to number 1 and 2 listed above, this is an estimate based on the estimated time. This is when they told me there was 99 hours of surveillance. For number 1 listed above, comparison recordings for 1122 King Road. 24 minutes of video footage based on an estimated 20 minutes to search for and retrieve the requested records. 54 minutes for redacting legal view and all that bullshit. It's $75.56 for this 24 minutes of footage. I paid it. I sent this in. This is paid. And I've received all these other FOIA's responses. Haven't received that yet. So for number 2 listed above, the entire 1122 King Road surveillance. Number 2 listed above, there is approximately 99 hours and 20 minutes of video to process that has not been reviewed. The city estimates that it will take approximately 149 hours of city staff time to review that process. The city estimates that this portion of your request will cost you approximately $7,431. But that's not the biggest issue. They're admitting that they have 1122 King Road surveillance. And they're also trying to admit that they don't have no correspondence for this. You can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. Third-party cloud storage? What do you mean? Is this how you do it? Oh shit, I think I did it. Is that a clickable link? Probably. I don't know. Who knows what the fuck they did. Or they're just fucking lying and. But that's weird. That's weird. Wow. Excuse me. So, I requested the 1112 video. They fucked up and exposed themselves, saying they have 1122 King Road surveillance. Am I reading that wrong? Is anybody else come to that conclusion, or what are we thinking? Yeah, I think you did. I was just going back over it. That's what the email earlier was. the email earlier when I asked them, let's see. Hold on, let me erase this shit real quick. Okay. So this is what I sent them. After that, I mean, this is a couple of them. This is three of them. Three of the emails. So I said, thank you for your January 6th response. Before I provide the requested deposit, please provide an itemized estimate. The specific files to be processed, estimated file size, estimated staff hours, whether audio is embedded in the files or provided separately. Please also provide a 10-minute sample clip from the 99 plus hour data set so I can confirm relevance. Before paying the deposit, please include SHA 256 for any files provided. And they said, I'm unable to provide any more information to you until you pay for the first half of the estimated cost. I don't know what this possibly. I watch them. I watch them, but I don't know what all they requested. But I'm sure if everybody put their FOIAs together, I guarantee all of us together has covered all of it. There shouldn't be anything not requested. And then also when I told them, because when they came back and said that's where the whole exterior interior came from. They told me when I requested the 1 hour, because I was gonna pay I wasn't gonna pay the whole $7,500. I just requested 1 hour, and they told me when I sent the request, the first hour of the 99 hours of surveillance. That's exactly what I put. They responded and denied my request because it doesn't exist. They said, your request for 1122 exterior surveillance is denied because it doesn't exist. I never put exterior. They inserted exterior. So they're playing playing on words. Like, this is legally they're letting every little like grammar mistake, every missed comma, they're using every little out that they can. That's what it is, semantics. Of course you do, ever since I just exited out of it. Which one did you want to see? Any of them, or the one about the 1122? This one? Any particular spot? Let's see what it is. Hey, Witchy. I guarantee that's not Times New Roman. How you doing today, Witchy? How's everything going? The new pop video. You guys want to watch it?
Dissected this crime scene in the manner in which I have. And let me tell you, I'm not the only one that has come to the
Can you hear it now?
conclusion that Kaylee was attacked in the living room. The prosecution expert came to that same conclusion. She just had her placards mixed up. She had them mixed up. So she had DNA results mixed up from those placards. And what I'm going to show you in this video, I've been trying to show it for a while now. And let me tell you this, never once until I got all of this information on this scene with the DNA, and I started plugging it all in, never once did I think that Kaylee did what Dylan said that she, I got the, I mean, I can't come to any other conclusion because they all line up. I mean, to a T. I mean, you have a swipe stain going out or going in Maddie's door that's 100% Kaylee's. And you can see the swipe stain goes from outside in. Clearly where somebody was carrying her back in the room. But to make it even more relevant, right below that swipe stain that was over 4 feet tall on that door, right below it is a swipe stain doing the opposite. It's going out. And that one is 70% Kaylee, 30% Maddie. So it's a clear indication to me that somebody was carrying Kaylee into the room and swiped the door, and it was just Kaylee's blood. Then after a continued attack, when they went back out, they swiped the door and got Kaylee and Maddie's blood going out. I mean, it's there. Anybody can. Then when you go to switch back stairs, there's 7 samples of blood that start at the top and work its way down to the bottom. And the only one that was tested came back 100 upstairs, confronted the attacker, ran down the stairs. They chased Kaylee, swiped the stairs all with blood of Maddie's. Only Maddie's as they chased Kaylee. They caught Kaylee in the living room, and I'm going to prove in this video an attack happened in the living room based on all of the DNA results from the tested blood. That attack was likely Kaylee, and the prosecution expert all but admitted to it. And then one I've been trying to show you, but I think this one, to your hats, folks. Let's roll. Going through and breaking down this crime scene, I've come to certain conclusions, and getting people on board with my conclusions isn't an easy thing to do. And I understand that because this is not an easy subject to understand. And I haven't come to my conclusions willy-nilly, I assure you. And when I put this graphic together, I try to make it really simple, and it shows the blood stains from the victims that were tested by the lab. And it lets you know that, for instance, it's color coded. Kaylee is orange. So orange was blood that was tested on the pong table that came back to 100% Kaylee with no cross contamination. The kind of pink color is Kaylee with a cross contamination of Maddie. And again, you have to understand these are 90-10 Kaylee, Maddie, 97-7 Kaylee, Maddie, water with blood in it from the victims, and that's what was scattered all over the living room. And that's an impossibility in these samples that were tested. Came back blood with all the victims' blood in there, or Kaylee and Maddie's blood in there, and then find samples that tested for Kaylee and Maddie, and then samples that only tested.
Hey, inside your bones.
For Kaylee. They would all test similarly, and they do not. So I don't believe that's even a possibility. But then you have a transfer stain here for Ethan. And as we go through this, it's very important for you to understand there's more than three, but there's 3 basic classifications that they list the stains and what type of stains they are. Like transfer stain. Transfer stains means that somebody had Ethan's blood on them, either on their glove or on their person, and they just brushed this area of the half wall with Ethan's blood.
Eve Online is
At the supplier. Who's the supplier? Oh, that sucks. I got it now. Yeah, I was sitting here and my phone rang, and she said, "Are you at my house?" I said, "Yeah. How do you know?" She was watching me on her cameras. I said, "Yeah, I got to use your computer."
Classified as, they're mostly classified as cast-off stains. You have blood on an object and it's getting slung around and the blood slings off the object. And then you have some of the blood in here that they discuss and they call it just diluted blood. They don't give any kind of explanation for how it got there. And anytime you hear splatter stain, though, splatter stain is something they believe that's actively coming from the victim in an attack. So transfer is something that somebody's got on them and they brush into something.
No, you can't. I wish I didn't know she was so tech savvy. You couldn't tell by this damn 30-year-old computer. When not probably like 30 years, probably, I don't know. This shit probably from 2010.
Cast off is from an object being slung around and it's getting slung onto the walls, but splatter is from an active attack. And I know by looking at it like this, you see all of the stains that were tested in Xana's room that came back to just Xana, no cross-contamination.
I hate playing videos with my internet.
Well, this is the ones that were tested for DNA. And by the way, I didn't put the unknown male B over here that was tested for DNA as well. But this is what you have to understand. All right, then you go upstairs, and then I've got these two here. This one is Kaylee, and this one is Kaylee with a cross-contamination of Maddie, and it's 70-30. One thing I haven't really hit hard on yet, though, is once you look at these are both classified as transfer stains. The one that's only Kaylee is a transfer stain swiped inward, like somebody swiped the door going into the room. And then the one that is a cross-contamination is a transfer stain just below that on the door, and it's swiped outward going out of the room. So when I say that my interpretation is they carried Kaylee back up the stairs and walked into the room, they swiped the door going in with just Kaylee, committed a additional attack with Kaylee and Maddie in the bed, and then came out of the room and swiped the door coming out, and that's how they got the cross-contaminated sample. I mean, this is some real stuff, y'all. But here's what I need you to understand. These are the results from samples that were tested. Here's the results for the samples that were marked. You can see in black is all the blood samples that they marked that were not tested. And
I got I bought the light bulb cam, the Home iPro app, and the light bulb cam. And I put that, I measured it all out. I had this urge. That's crazy. And that you're supposed to test all the samples. There shouldn't be no unidentified samples. That's what I got, the SIM card one. I got the exact same, not the exact same, but of course it's a couple years newer. And I measured out the yard. I moved the shed, put the shed so there's a little gap. Yeah, oh yeah, and I got it all filmed. I measured, put the gap, put all types of shit. And my computer fucking broke. Well, it was always broke. Yeah, remember they gave the SIM card to the police? White bulb camera had a SIM card. Because you can see she comes out and hands it to Gunderson. Hold on. Hold on. I'm thinking SIM card is the same as an SD card. I was thinking we were talking about the same thing. What's the difference? With the SIM card, it's got its own network, I'm guessing. Okay, so SIM card has its own Wi-Fi. Or it can connect to Wi-Fi. Well, I don't know, because mine uses Wi-Fi. Okay, so what's the SIM card for? I don't know a lot about this shit. I know SIM cards are in phones. And I know SD cards is in my camera. The SD card is just to save the data. SIM card is for the network. I'm guessing. I think that's it. So I bought the camera. Okay, I got you. So if you don't have the subscription, you save it to an SD card. I got you. So basically what I found with recording all this footage is exactly what we thought. The camera is not that bad. The 1112 camera. Now I know that it's a couple years older. I mean newer. I bought it in like 2005, but the tech can't be that much different. So the footage, first of all, big thing. Did you know you can control the movements of these cameras? It's got a D-pad in the app. When you're looking at the app and you're looking at the setup, you can move the camera up, down, left, and right. You can rotate it 360 degrees or up and down 180 degrees. And it's got an internal microphone. You can hear people talk. And on the app, I can press a button and talk through the camera. So we don't know if some of the sounds are coming from like the microphone being held. Like, is somebody in the app holding the microphone and talking, and or holding the microphone and letting that's what the sound we hear, maybe like letting the like ambient noise come through and be heard, because it'll record. If you talk through the camera and you have it recording, it'll catch what I'm saying from my phone out of the camera. It'll be in the footage when you record it. And the footage, it's not, there's so much more. After I did this, there's so much more shit that's fucked up in the footage, the 1112 footage. And you can see it once you compare the two, because there's none of that movement, pixelation, jumping movement shit. Excuse me. Yeah, it records continuously. But as your talk, it's kind of hard. Like you don't hear as much of the outside noise. Like you can hear what I'm saying, and then you can hear the person talk back to you. I was doing it with my daughter, and you hear what I say in the camera recording, but you can't see me because I'm talking through the phone. And then she'd talk back, and I could hear it on my phone. And then when we played the recording back, you're looking at the camera view, and you can hear the whole conversation. And the quality of the recording, especially the night vision, we tried to make ourselves look ghosted, like the figures look, how they like are transparent. We tried moving fast. We tried walking by while moving the camera. Night vision, we couldn't get it. Never had a ghost figure. And I do know, I've known since the beginning that when you export, I don't have no friends, so I just I just can't stand corruption. I'm here to call all that shit out. They thought this case was going to be in and out. Hold on one sec. They thought we were going to forget about this. And I'm not even here for guilty, not guilty. Me either. I like cats and monkeys. Yeah, right. I forgot what I was gonna say. But I will say I don't live in a bowl shape like how King Road is. It did pick up a lot, but I went in my shed. I put my shed at 50 feet. That must be one of the upgrades. You know what I mean? Because it is newer. Maybe they upgraded the infrared. I mean, I'm not saying it's a exact replica. It's as close as I could get, and maybe they worked on that. You know what I mean? But we couldn't. I've never had a ghostly apparition or like people walking by. But I did. I took Google Earth. I didn't listen to the measurements. I took Google Earth and I measured from the house, from the camera to Xana's window, from the house to the slider, to the front door, to 1119. I did all their measurements. So I put my shed at 50 foot, and I put it back and to the left, like 50 foot at a 45-degree angle. And I stood in my shed and I was talking. I played music. I yelled. I got my daughter to scream as loud as she could. It picked it up. It didn't pick it up great. The audio, I mean, it's like you couldn't hear a normal conversation. Like if I was just having a conversation in the shed, I tried with the door shut, with the door open. You couldn't hear like regular words, like if I was talking just like this. But once I started yelling, you could hear it. You could hear it pretty clear. I drove like the next road over is almost exactly what the measurement to the Moyer's house is. And I started my my welding truck, and because it's a diesel, and you could hear it just like the 245 truck up on the hill. It's awesome footage. I just putting it. I have the footage. I'm just putting it together. I'm not gonna slap it together, and I can't do it on this computer. I can't. There's just no way. I can do a little bit of shit at the library, but so my house is a rancher, and it's got the first floor is the basement. I dug the foundation when we built it. I dug the foundation, and then basically it's got one floor in the ground, like it's like half in the ground, half up. You can see like windows, like half windows underneath the house, and then I sat the house on top of it. So you have to walk up. It's basically exactly like 1112. You walk up the steps to the front door. Exactly like that. So put the camera there by the front door. I went back and around, and all my land's flat. It's like, I don't know, it's got a little hills, but it's flat. So I built a 7-foot tall, like, perch, I guess. It looks like a deer stand. And then I made, like, I call it my shed, but it's basically plywood and like a little building. I built it on top. It's basically like a deer stand. I built a deer stand, and so I could make it as high as I could. So it's basically the same level. I didn't want it to be on the ground and be lower, so it's about the same level as the camera. That's what I mean. I was about the same level as the camera. I know exactly what you're saying. I didn't want it to be lower, because if I'd have put it right on the ground, it would have been lower than the camera, and I don't think it would have worked out. But I got it as high as I could. I got a video from the class. What do you mean? I don't need the ghostly. I'm just saying the camera, I couldn't get the camera to do it. No, it's for this stupid ass case. That's how much life I don't have. I built a special son of a bitchin' 1112 shack. Talking about has been scrubbed. I mean, it's basically just 2x4s, plywood, and like 3 hinges, so I can shut the door and open the door. That way I could yell with the door open, yell with the door shut. It's probably built better than the house 1122. The walls are probably thicker. So the FBI confirmed multiple persons of interest, according to Fox. Who knows if they're telling the truth? Probably not. Ooh, consider me Miles Davis. Yeah, I had my kid was like a little fucking sumo wrestler from that chocolate fucking milk. She was like fat. And I was like, man, I got a fat kid. She's gonna get made fun of. That was hard. That was really hard, breaking her from from chocolate milk is what, because
Real quick, I'm Steve Fisher, and I'm here to tell you.
Right now, I do want to get right into our.
we got her ass into basketball and soccer and all that shit. And now she's 15 and she has her phone. And that's pretty much it. No, she's skinny now. She's beautiful now, but she was a little chunky little. She looked like a 3 foot tall Pillsbury Doughboy. What's up, altruistic? This is what Fox is. Just
Top stories as we continue to follow the latest developments on the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie. The Pima County Sheriff's Office in Arizona now saying that they have received 18,000 tips in Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, with 4,000 of those over the 24-hour period after the release of this surveillance video right there on your screen. Now, that video showing a person who investigators say is tampering with a camera at Guthrie's home in the Catalina foothills just outside of Tucson. Want to pop this up on your screen right here. This is coming in from the New York Post as the latest piece of potential evidence is a black glove seen in that photo. A former FBI agent telling Fox News that the glove, which was found about 1.5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home, could hold crucial DNA evidence in the case if it is connected. The discovery comes as TMZ's Harvey Levin revealed another note was sent to his office.
It is a letter saying that this.
It says they found a black glove
person
near Nancy Guthrie's house. It was like 1 mile away.
Person will,
yeah, I seen
disclose the
like
information.
Firsthand.
Again, that was Harvey Levin there, the founder of TMZ. In the meantime, FBI Director Kash Patel says that his agency is looking at, quote, multiple persons of interest in the case. We know one person was detained, questioned, and then released just a little more than 24 hours ago. Carlos Palazuelos identified himself as that man, explaining that someone reported his eyes looked like those of the man in the photos released there by investigators earlier in the day. However, investigators say that was not the basis for his detainment, but they did not go into further detail there. The Pima County Sheriff's Office saying based on the evidence, it appears that Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped from her home in the middle of the night. I want to bring you the latest information here as there are just so many developments coming in. We have Mike Gould, who is a founding member of the NYPD K-9 unit and a former police lieutenant. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to join us here.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, so I know that we've...
There was no real need to do it.
Oh shit. Yeah, he was the type of kid where video games.
And Matt Finn is live outside Nancy Guthrie's home where we're seeing some movement. Matt,
football and shit. Because if you can cry and scream.
Put up outside of the front door of Nancy Guthrie's home. Obviously not clear why that tent is there, but it is most certainly blocking view from the public and any passerbys. We imagine there might be some activity happening inside of that tent, which is directly in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. Of course, that doorstep has been because we have seen that masked figure right outside of that front door. Also, the sidewalk to the gravel driveway. Perhaps the tent is protecting that blood and the evidence from the sun, or perhaps there will be ongoing investigations that they want to keep a little more discreet underneath that white tent. But it was just put up moments ago. You updated on it to inner area in and around Nancy Guthrie's home, meaning foot searches on the ground. All also over at Annie Guthrie's house as well. With the grid light searches, all times, really only a couple of hours
I
ago,
can't believe they were
one of our crew
canvassing the
members
neighborhood
saw the
10
Pima
days.
County Forensic Unit searching a major thoroughfare around here, Campbell Avenue,
Like they should have
taking
done that
pictures
shit
on Campbell Ave. And that was about a
first
mile
48.
away from Nancy's house. And then yesterday, investigators found a black glove, also on Campbell Avenue, which is a busy street.
Looking up whatever the hell it's called, like if you could hack a Nest Cam, like if you could use, like build a device like an ESP32, like a Wi-Fi, like microcontroller, and take that camera and use it as like a, I don't know, like a way to communicate, like use that to communicate with the police instead of using a cell phone. Yeah, right, like a flipper. But the little these things I got, they're little microcontrollers that they have a Wi-Fi. They have their own Wi-Fi. Their own. They can have their own little camera. Yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe that you can do that. Like, how is that even possible? You're right, Raspberry Pi, all that shit. And like, it was really like the only thing that was holding it back would be like battery and network. So if you had enough battery and a mobile Wi-Fi, pretty much take that camera and make it a cell phone. Well, to like other Wi-Fi's. Did they take the camera, or did they just bust it up? What guy is what?
Search for Nancy Guthrie. A moment ago, Savannah went to Instagram yet again and played a video, and we're just going to share that with you. And it's a video, obviously, when Savannah was young with her older sister and older brother, and as you watch it, the family of four comes into focus. And we'd remind you that Savannah lost her father when she was a teenager, and she gives her credit, she gives her mom a lot of credit for raising her brother and sister.
Very close. Picture. Who are
The family thinks she's alive.
investigation. You can kind of imagine she was feeling as you put this together.
How do you think they knew that she would have her medicine, and they took her medicine and everything like that?
So I was winding down for the day, and this guy, he doesn't think that.
Always a negotiation, right?
They want beer
a month, right? The first figure they throw out is never what actually gets paid, like any good business deal. There's going to be a negotiation, but it's going to be a fast and hard one. And there's been no negotiations. No one's called up and said, "Hey, where's my money?" That hasn't happened.
Just a cryptocurrency.
The simple reason is nobody's kidnapped her, I don't think. If you're a good kidnapper, you grab the medication on the way out the door because you're going to have to take care of her. You're going to have to keep her alive and healthy.
Was the crime scene like untouched?
So it shows a total lack of planning. The total lack of forensic evidence of anyone being in that house, grabbing her, is another clue that she wasn't kidnapped. You know, you walk in somewhere, you're going to leave something. I don't care.
I heard that she had just, that her meds just had been refilled or some shit, but you don't know what to believe.
Who you are. You're going to leave some DNA, some footprints, some fingerprints, blood if anyone gets cut on glass or whatever. You know, listen, the FBI is great at crime scene processing.
So are they saying
they've been processing this thing for what, 6, 7, 8 days now.
That she was evicted
They've
from
got
her house.
If they had something, we'd have heard about it. The problem was
Would
it
we have
became
known?
public very quickly. And my guess is the Russians or Nigerians said, "Oh, hey, here's an opportunity to make a few dollars.
Yeah.
We don't have a body. We don't have proof of anything. We're just going to hope that they panic and pay us." Her mother would be an attractive kidnap target, except for the fact that, well, you kidnap somebody like that, and you better batten down the hatches because, man, everybody's coming for you. Everyone. The entire law enforcement apparatus of Arizona is in gear. The FBI,
everybody,
probably ATF, probably DEA. Everyone's jumping on this bandwagon. I mean, there's probably 500 people assigned to this case right now. I don't think anybody in position of authority believes she's
hold all the
alive at
details
this
and they
point.
ask us for
And no one wants to say it publicly. This is the problem, right? You know, listen, when you see the FBI on the roof a week later and helicopters have been filming that roof for nonstop for 7 days, we're reaching. They got nothing else to do. They've got nothing left. And someone said, "Hey, get up on the roof, take a look again." Well, I'm sure somebody did take a look for cell phones or any evidence of someone coming off the roof after she came home. A great place to hide, right? I mean, all the technology we have turned up nothing. And a lot of that is because she lives in an area that has light pollution issues, and they don't want lights. So Ring cameras don't work.
What the
surveillance
fuck is
cameras
light
don't work.
pollution?
I mean, they've got nothing. They've got no film. They got no evidence that she was taken by anybody at this point, other than some hokey ransom letters, which aren't saying anything except send us money to this untraceable account.
I'm just
I
like,
think,
you know,
unfortunately, it's going to end badly. Mrs.
Exactly.
Guthrie is probably going to be
It is a
found
distraction.
deceased somewhere.
Look what's
I
happening.
doubt she walked off and
Pam
someone
Bondi,
picked her up in,
judicial,
or eating
judicial
tea and
overreach.
cupcakes somewhere in Arizona area. I very much doubt it. I mean, she has medical issues. I think if she was taken, we'd pretty much know for sure at this point she was really taken. There'd be some forensic evidence
Feldman,
to help indicate that happened.
Glover Park Group.
Because the feds aren't talking about it, I'm pretty sure there's no forensic evidence
found
indicating
that
she
with,
was kidnapped at all. I hope I'm wrong. I really.
Well, let's hope she's not. But from the sounds of that, he doesn't think that she was kidnapped. So that kind of still is out there. Like, what happened? Was she murdered? Did she commit suicide? Did she have some kind of a health issue and she just wandered out and she just something happened and she's now lost in the wilderness? I don't know if it's where this is at. It might be Arizona, from my memory. So if that's the case, then maybe she just wandered out, stumbled into something, got stuck or whatever.
Yeah, well, they said they weren't allowed to use flashlights. That's when they were searching at night because of the noise of the light pollution. But then you walk by a house, you watch them walk away from a house, and the floodlight comes on. Like, you can't believe nothing they say. So anyway, the Glover Park Group was founded, I think, 2001. Oh, I wasn't even. Sorry.
I mean, there's a million possibilities, and we just don't know. Got stuck or whatever. I mean, there's a million possibilities, and that's the case, and maybe she just wandered out, stumbled into something, got stuck or whatever. I mean, they're now lost in the wilderness. I don't know if it's where this is at. It might be Arizona, from my memory. So if that's the case, then maybe she just wandered out, stumbled.
So, Clover Park Group was a big lobbying firm, huge lobbying firm for the Democratic Party. Feldman, Savannah's husband, worked for Al Gore in the Clinton-Gore campaign. The Clinton-Gore leadership is who founded Clover Park Group, which it now merged into something, FFPG or some shit. It's still a lobbying firm. And the Clintons are getting deposed, or being forced to be deposed, or not forced, or whatever. They're being deposed about justice, transparency, or something, like funding of it. I can't remember the words of it. Like, basically transparency with government money, political revenue, I guess. She couldn't wander anywhere. She couldn't walk more than 10 feet. They've been saying she had a walker. I don't think, no, not insider trading. Something with oh shit. I can't think of the word. And political funds. What the hell is it when you're? Damn, I can't think of the goddamn word. When you're running for office, it's the damn. It's gone. Campaign. Yes. Campaign fund transparency. And this, it's not Savannah who's in the Epstein files. It's this business here. I don't got no idea either. I got no way. House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform Chairman Comer today announced that former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton have agreed to appear for transcribed film depositions to face questions as part of the investigation related to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's crimes. Former President Clinton will appear for a deposition on February 27th, and Hillary will be on the 26th. No, it's a deposition. It's filmed, transcribed deposition. July 23rd, 2025, Republicans and Democrats on Federal Law Enforcement Subcommittee unanimously approved by voice vote a motion to issue subpoenas to 10 individuals: President Clinton, Secretary Hillary. Oh, I thought they were going to list the 10. Testimony related to the horrific crimes perpetrated by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Following the subcommittee vote, Chairman Comer issued the subpoenas. President Clinton's deposition was initially requested on October 14th and then moved to December 17th. President Clinton declined this day, citing the need to attend the funeral. The committee said it would accommodate him if he would propose dates in January. He declined. The commission issued another subpoena, date set for January 13th. Clinton failed to appear. Yeah, she needs to go. Oh, sorry. It was basically a middle school. I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? Well, you didn't ask Merrick Garland that. And what do you think they would do to one of us if we just decided to failure to appear to court? I tell you what, we wouldn't get as many chances as Senor Clinton got. It's closed door, but it's video. But it don't matter that it's video because we'll never get to see the video anyway. Or it'll be so son of a bitch and redacted that it wouldn't matter that they released it. That's the only reason they do that shit. We released it. Yeah, but it was 300 pages and 299 of them were black. No offense. Right, exactly. We should get to see all this shit live. There should be a live streaming camera in every room of the Senate, Congress, Capitol, every room but the bathroom should be live streamed. Microphones, all that shit. It's ours. But they can't hide when there's transparency. There you go, using big words, Blue Devil. They should have been arrested. They should have been like, all right, jail. There needs to start being consequences. We've let them go far too long with no consequences. Like, they've been running amok for ever. And they got it set up. They've passed this law, that law. Good. I don't believe we need a government. What, I mean, man, it's weird. They're all focused on the manhunt and gathering evidence. Right, exactly. It's the statute of limitations is different for crimes, and it's different for states. They're California, which I think this is sickening. There's a statute of limitations on how long you have to report rape. I think she died. They put her in her car, and that's why they towed it away. This is they needed something. I don't know. I lose my remote so many times in my room. It's crazy. And it's only in the same room. But I understand what you're saying. If they we need to make the government live off minimum wage. Not minimum wage. I give them $30 an hour. No, fuck that. Give them minimum wage. You get to live on minimum wage. Try living on a budget, budgeting your money. Right. They needed something to take away all the focus from the hearings, like yesterday, Pam Bondi, all these Epstein, everything Epstein. Notice how it's all, everything's getting, they're handling everything Epstein right now. I don't think there's a statute of limitations on it. Yeah, but reporting it, though. I know that. Exactly. That's how I feel. Make them live off Social Security. But don't give them Social Security. Make them live off of what. Make them be evaluated by the same system they run, and let the system decide what they get. Like when my grandmother filled out for food stamps and they gave her $12 a month. She looked at him and said, What am I going to do with that? You know what they should do? What if they really wanted to find her? Why don't they bring all the ICE agents from wherever they are? Because this is a border state. Let's have all the ICE agents come down and start searching. Did that happen right now? Is she? I don't see nothing. Oh yeah, she did have a pacemaker, but I don't think they're trackable, traceable. They can just send signals. I don't think they can receive or something like that. Yeah, they should be. Is they're Bluetooth, not Wi-Fi. Sorry, I was muted. You couldn't hear the video? I was muted. Sorry about that. All right, can you hear now?
So far, there is no Bitcoin that has been deposited, as you said, worth about $67,000. If this is a hoax, it's a crime. It is criminal fraud. But we turn this over to the FBI and the Sheriff's Department.
Well, and thank you for doing that. And I know you've been helping authorities as much as you possibly can. I know it's played a big role in all this. The odd thing about that, when I read, one Bitcoin, you're right. I just looked at the price at $67,000, $67,500, and I'm thinking, well, they're offering a reward of $50,000. It made no sense to me.
Let me give you a hypothesis.
Oh no, I don't give a shit about copyright. I don't make no money on this channel. The only money I make
actually where a reward was offered by federal authorities.
Wow, that's why I'm at my grandma's.
But when the person was captured, there was some controversy over whether the people who helped capture that person should get the reward or not. And there were a lot of people who were upset about that because they didn't get the reward. So it
YouTube standards. I want to make videos that I want to make.
Maybe that this person knows that it's not a sure thing, and doing it this way is a bird in the hand.
I would think everybody wants to be all hands on deck. You'd like to believe the best of people, right? If you can help, if you have information, you don't want to charge for it. You want to go all in and help the family out, help your fellow American out. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm more cynical than you.
I mean, the screen.
Go ahead. I want to continue.
I'm more cynical.
Keyboard.
Well, you were cynical last night when I said to you, I know you used to be a lawyer, and you said, I still am, in a private conversation we had, which made me laugh out loud. Let me ask about the FBI, what they're looking for based on the video and also the note today. I mean, when you put that all together, because more than anybody that I know in this case, you've been in contact with law enforcement. What are they looking for today? And I want to remind people at home, too, that it was only yesterday that we got this breakthrough, this video. I know people want a conclusion. It's not Dateline. This is real life. It's hard to catch criminals. They're doing the best they can. It's all hands on deck. But what is the FBI looking for based on what you can put together?
Well, I can tell you, we have spoken with law enforcement about this, and they are clearly looking at the items this person was wearing. And three things in particular were told.
How can you tell when you have
the backpack that he's wearing, the gloves, and the gun. So let me talk about two of these things. The backpack, we did some digging, and we found that the backpack looks like a Walmart Ozark trail hiker backpack. And what you see is there are reflective pieces on the backpack that match this Walmart backpack. And one of the television stations in Tucson, KOLD, said today that, late today, that indeed the law enforcement believes it is that Walmart backpack that the person was wearing. That's important because one of the things that law enforcement does, and frankly that we
it's crazy. It's crazy the difference like that people have. Some people think they're amateurs, and some people think like they're professionals, and the plants were to cover DNA that might get past the 2 pairs of gloves he has.
FBI can come in and they can have a subpoena, and they could have them look at their records, and even if somebody pays cash, you can look at when they came in, and then look at the surveillance video, which is how they've caught people before. They could do the same with Amazon to try and track it. Now, let me tell you about the gun, Sean, because I think this is really interesting. We had our people look at this very, very closely. This looks like the person has the gun in a polyester holster. Now, it's important because typically people who have a polyester holster carry a revolver in it. In this case, it was a semi-automatic handgun. And I don't know enough about guns, but people who do say it's unusual to put a semi-automatic in that kind of a holster. So we started calling gun ranges in the area to find out if anybody happened to see this, because people familiar with guns might have noticed, oh, that person has a weird gun in that holster.
That cowboys
maybe. And so we weren't able to find anything, but I can tell you the FBI is doing exactly the same thing as is the sheriff's department.
Well, it's interesting. I picked up on that as well. I've had a pistol carry permit my entire adult life. I've had it in 6 different states. I have one in the free state of Florida. The placement of that weapon caught my attention. I don't know anybody that has ever put a weapon in front like that, unless it might be in a kind of fanny pack, but that, of course, would be sealed and covered and you wouldn't see it. But your friend's observation is dead on accurate also. So that caught my attention. What can you tell us? There's been a search in the Foothill area in and around the Guthrie home. Do you get it?
It's crazy that every single thing that happens, we have to think this way. Can't they just release facts with no bullshit? How hard is it? It's got to be harder to make up bullshit than it is to release facts. And that's how you know they're doing it on purpose. Because they're obviously taking the hard route to cover something up. They're making up a story so that we watch over here and not over here. Look at the birdie. Look at the birdie. While I take your money.
Any details on that?
If you live in a Maryland zip code,
one of the things I'm told they have been really trying to get is some video.
That one case with the college girl that was jumped out the window, apparently.
In Texas, told that late this afternoon, they just found anything where they have that. There were reports of suspicious nearby.
I mean, if that's the case, if all this shit is made up, if all this stuff, if all of it is for show, then all it is a show. Kohberger's not in jail. The old lady isn't missing. You know what I mean? You can't go past a certain layer. Like, you get the layer of the media, but you can't dig into the onion because there's nothing back there. There's no man behind the curtain. You know what I mean? They just like back in the day when Desert Storm was around. I'm not around, but CNN would report on Desert Storm, and they would put on their helmets and put on their vests and have their microphones and stand in front of a big TV that had a picture of the desert. And they would talk like they're in war. But they were right in the studio. You know what I mean? Think about the movies. The movie where the guy goes to jail he's not really going to jail. I mean, am I making sense? Maybe there is no old lady. Maybe her mom passed away and she said, "Hey, we could use this as a what's the word? We could use this as a deterrent, so they won't look at this. We'll just say she's missing the whole time. She's already dead." That's exactly what I'm saying.
Tells me that they're still looking.
She died, and they're
because
using
the vehicle could be just critical here, but they have not been able to locate a vehicle that aligns with this person.
Distraction. That's what I meant to say.
All right, there is hope.
I'm not good.
Is reporting they have 2 gloves, not just the one. That I don't know how many people are wearing gloves in Tucson. I don't know. There's been a cold snap in the country. Maybe it was cold there for a while, but certainly that could be a break in the case. That could lead to fingerprints. That could lead to DNA. We could always hope on that part of it. We really appreciate your time, Harvey. Great work as always. And
why did it take them? Why didn't they canvass the area and get them cameras day one? Why didn't they find them gloves day one? Oh, Dylan is super sus, and so is Bethany too. I mean, you could throw a rock in Moscow. I feel that same way. If you're raised, excuse me, if you're raised right, like if you're raised to yes ma'am, no ma'am, respect your elders, you see an old lady with a whole bunch of groceries by herself, help her load her car. Empathy is taught, and like racism is taught. Did I see what you found? Did you see what I found? No. Did you see what I found? I don't know what you found. That's because nobody wants to believe they made like Freemasonry like a joke. They made it like a punchline. And 100% they are running this world. The secret societies are who run this. Freemasonry built everything. Why do you think when you go to and I'm not even trying to get into all that, never mind. Because then we're gonna start getting down to the religion road, and I'm not for all that. Y'all ain't ready for all that. %90 of our U.S. government, 90% have dual citizenship with Israel. I haven't even listened to this whole thing. You guys want to listen more? We'll go through this and then we'll call it. I gotta go do a welding job. And then I gotta go see Brian.
I think I'm recording, so it's going. Okay, sounds awesome.
Yeah. And what is it? What's that church that's in Idaho? Is that the one you're talking about, or is that that's a Christ Church, right? Scott Turkey is a stand-up citizen and a very good member of the community.
I get it. You follow us in?
Can you guys hear that?
Nope. Yeah. No, you're good. So let's start off first. Yes, okay. Your first name. What's your middle initials? And then just like the hands inside. Okay.
Oh, I know.
And what's your address down here?
And Freemasonry worships Lucifer.
Okay. That's where.
Head Chef is a Mormon, I think.
I don't know how long that would be, but that's probably while I'm doing this remodel anyway.
You're right.
Okay, so we're just going to walk through this a little bit slow, and we can go. Yeah, whatever way you want. I kind of made some outlines, like I said, bullets and things. There's been so much, as I've been thinking about it and remembering, that I thought, I've just got to start writing this stuff down. Yeah. So first, are we going to be talking about just one person? Yes. Okay. Can I get that person's name first? Yes. So I don't have his full name. I've known him as a troubled kid. Okay. Or at risk, I'd say at risk. He's not really troubled. Did he live in Moscow? No. Okay. Do you know where he lived? Yes. And I just went and double checked that address because I knew I was going to talk to the. I don't know if they're still there or not. He was living with. Okay. Okay. I don't have the exact address, but it's. And that's off the street. That's so you. Yeah. And then across apartments are in their apartments. Is this here in town? This is. Okay. Yeah, no, just off. The freeway. Okay. So you take that exit, and you turn. And then it's that entrance. There's two different entrances to
And
that.
I don't believe all that's a coincidence either. The number.
Mother was living there, and you may know that's daughter who used to be, and I don't know what the child's last name is because yes, his dad's last name, and I just knew his. Didn't need to know more than that. So let's go back a little bit. Just off. straight in, right up the stairs to that stairway. That's where they did live. I dropped off some instruments, and I even spent a night there one night. Okay. The beat apart. Okay. So this kid is his grandson. Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to have you go slow kind of from, I guess, the beginning of what you know. And, I'll be taking some notes, so, like I said, we'll just kind of work our way through this, okay?
Whatever way we get questions answered, hopefully, Lord willing, I won't forget it. Get something. My background, I was having a hard time. I was invited up to one of their family picnic things, so it's actually him and his wife's family, and they do a yearly picnic up at a lake north. Gosh, it's quite a little bit north of Deer
I
Park.
thought her son was Gabe or Gabriel.
Like they all have gone to it. They go every year. It's kind of their family.
I don't know. We might be.
Going on for
You think that's possible?
multiple generations.
You have
I drove.
AI go through that?
Were having a hard time with their driving and whatnot. And so when I was working the store, and I didn't have any other people around, it was at the start of COVID. So the very first summer of COVID. And so I drove them up there, and at the last minute, and then her daughter, and I don't remember the daughter's name right now.
Oh, now you're asking a lot. I don't know how to do all that.
And so I met him just during the drive. Very pleasant kid. When it comes to,
they were all in the car with you.
So all in the car. Yeah. So I went up there and we went to the picnic. And so while we were up there at the picnic, kids, those girls, they all got their own certain fire, and some others had there was a lot of little kids around, and other people were coming in there, and because of COVID, there was more people out camping than normal, so people went out. But anyway, so there got to be one of the daughters was just giving people a real hard time, getting them to slow down, so she was playing traffic cop, didn't want kids her. But she was a little overdoing it a little bit. But anyway, so she annoyed some other man, and so they kind of got into an altercation, and then two of the other sisters kind of got in, and it was like, this isn't too good. So this one man at one point, he mentioned something kind of almost like a threat with a gun type of thing, and so anyway, so I didn't think too much about that, but anyway, a little later in the evening, the ladies had to walk past where these other people's camp was, so I went up on the hillside just to watch, make sure everything was okay and nobody was going to bother them. So lo and behold, while I'm sitting up there pretty quick, all of a sudden, just shows up, boom, he's right there. And so very stealthy, and all of a sudden, wow, that was pretty intense, and he'd been on the other side of the watches, so I thought, wow, that's pretty amazing. And I thought he was a little older than he was. My take on that is his mother, she's an alcoholic, and is very, very verbally abusive. And so my take on that is because of their family circumstance, he sees himself as the man of the family and the protector. Kind of a protector. And, actually felt pretty good about most of the things he said. I just thought, and I was surprised because he carried himself about 2 years older than what I thought he was. Or what, I thought he was 2 years older.
Was at that time?
I was thinking he was probably 17. It turned out he was only 14, 15.
Okay.
So is when he pulled out and showed me he had a pretty serious knife on him at the time. So he was really into knives. So that was kind of the first time I realized, okay. And then in conversations, realized that ROTC program, the kid is a soldier at heart.
Okay.
I think he's dreamed of being a soldier. stealthy ranger, you know. And so, yeah, I think to be honest, I kind of got the general impression since that time that he kind of drinks and breathes that kind of activity.
Yep.
So, yeah. So he times that they would come up. I think she came up one time to help, even when we were closing out the storm, and trying said, family were get to be invited me at Easter, and so I've been a couple different times, maybe three, up to there. So they would usually meet up at their family park up there. But another thing about was he wasn't hanging with all the regular crowd, the other cousins and stuff. But he was a little bit his own person. Okay, so that was my overall first impression was he was kind of a protector. Set on a military career.
He talked about that a lot.
Yeah, it's like, well, nice program. Anyway, so, and that has stayed pretty consistent the whole time I've known him. It's done that.
I was muted. I was muted. So is there an interview with this GM? Can you hear me? That's crazy. I can't believe they never tracked him down. Just like late. What the hell is going on?
Kind of a protector. Set on a military career.
He talked about that a lot.
Yes. Yeah, talked about it a lot. And I would ask him when I'd see him, it's like, wow, nice program. Anyway, so that has stayed pretty consistent the whole time I've known him. It's done that. But he had, on several of the occasions, he has pulled out and showed me his.
What would you describe?
So his knives, the first round of them were, one would be kind of more like you do, like I come from a hunting background, so one would be more like a skinny knife. But then he had, one like you would do when you're gutting out a deer. So he had a pretty good size knife. And one of those knives, that first knife, it was more of an assault type weapon, but it wasn't real huge. But I'd say probably that one probably 7-inch blade, maybe I don't think it's 8. More like one that you'd see typical deer hunter take up as his main knife, and then
I know his name's Gabriel, right? I think Gabriel, or is it Gus?
Yeah, so he had an array of those, and each time he traveled, he had those knives. When he would come up to Moscow, he had those knives. I'd seen him pull them out about 3 or 4 different locations, and there's a good chance that if this all falls through, the weapon you're looking for may be still sitting in one of those hiding spots. So I'll give you that information too. Yeah.
Gabe M.
Don't let me forget to do that. I'll write myself a note.
Gabriel M.
And so yeah, so that was pretty much the introduction to it. Okay, so and that's always been kind of the case. Okay, so as far as I know, he was staying on that track. Last I heard, his grades had kind of dropped a little bit. There was a question. I kind of got a second hand through his granddad that even if he didn't get his grades up or something, he might not get into his military program that he was wanting to. And I was always kind of worried about him because every time his mother would get through and get verbally abusive, I thought, man, it wouldn't take much for this kid to snap at some point. I mean, she could be very, very verbally rough on him. And so I was. But then, yeah.
And I think his sister and his niece were killed by a stalker or something.
So that was my initial meetings, and that makes it into multiple family functions with them. And usually I drove back, and then now because they traveled, so you would probably
It says it right here.
because they always tried to see a lot. Just this summer, putting the roof on that shed. It took me 2 years to do that. So.
Listen.
At the end of that was the last time I saw Gabe and his mom.
Gabe and his mom.
And there's a whole event, the shadow event for what we're dealing with took place at that time. So let's the location. Let's go back to those locations. So the location,
Hold up.
It's got the new roof, it's long, and then there was an old shed by Gabe.
He said, and there's a.
And there's a whole event, the shadow event for what we're dealing with took place at that time.
The shadow event for what we're dealing with took place at that time. Shit.
Woodpile. Yeah, the woodpile, the 2 sheds, and down in the basement. These would be the 3 places. And if not, my thought on this
is this the guy who owned the bagel shop?
He's a very smart kid.
His family owned the bagel shop?
If you see the movies where the guy can get up, all of a sudden he pops up out of the water, pops out of the brush in front of you, this kid's that good. And he's been studying it that long. Okay. But anyway, so he may be smart enough that gun is, or not gun, but that knife is vanished. right above their rib cage, right to the heart, and it also has, well, I mean,
Right above the rib cage, right to the heart.
it's kind of both those. It's an assault. It's definitely a sign for it. So these knives have kind of, this kind of look. But it has also the tear barbs. Yeah. So this tip's pretty sharp and long. If I remember, the last one showed me was longer. Might be a little longer, and then these barbs were back here a little further, so it's type of the, slice in. Tear.
Right. They would go right up to the rib cage, right to the heart.
You'll get my stick picture. Yeah, you can. And that was, I'd never seen that knife before the last time I saw him. So he showed me another one that's a lot more serious. Actually, kind of made me nervous. But I would consider, remember they always talked about it, boys, Jim Boy's knives. Yeah, it's big. This knife was big. I don't know if this is big. Who knows how big that boy knife was, but this big. I was relating to the different, I bought different Buck family, they tried to come into, I like, I knew Roland Buck and the dad one of them, so at one time I had a pretty good size Marmon knife, so it was probably, I'm thinking that's my 6-7 inches, this knife, but I know they made one that was bigger than that. Well, why would you, I'm not chopping wood, I mean, right, I'm not taking down a tree, right, but this knife was big, this last one, and yeah, serious, and it, like I said, it just was completely designed to kill. Okay, so I'm sidetracking a little bit. So where are we at here? So about the locations. Those are the locations. Okay, before on
Sounds like he sidetracked a little bit of talking about knives there. Can you just nerd out on knives?
I know you guys are going to be going in there to search. I really, he's my friend. Yeah. It's going to tear him up. Yeah. She's at she'll lose it. So if we could get support services of some sort, or get a hold of maybe even the bishop is, I don't know about them, because you could be, letting the cat out of the bag with the family. So I don't know, maybe she's at the church, so I know they come in. So they're well.
Yeah, his sister and his niece killed by stalker.
With me over for a while. He was coming and doing that, and he was really liking it. I got the general impression the family wasn't too thrilled about me taking him there, but he just says no. He says I'll never. He says they all think they're going to convert me, but I mean that. But he was not doing well when I left there. In fact, I tried to get him.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
He was just literally shaking and couldn't get out of a rut and hurting, and he felt like the medical field was failing him. So, and then right after I left, and I got this secondhand. You might talk to him. He told me that.
I think Gus did. Or Gabe did. I'm sorry. So, whoever it is, yes, he co-owned. Whoever this GM kid is in ROTC. So Moye should know him, right? I'm not answering anybody. I'm just talking. Yeah, he sounds like that's a good observation, I guess. But being him like talking about his own life, making up GM, that's why nobody ever found GM. But if he's in ROTC, he should be known by Matt Moye. he had been on that training that morning?
Himself some help. So did do that. I don't know if he ever made it to the neurologist. I'd asked band member if he would get in there. He said he would, but by that time I had to get down here. Yeah. Try to get. How long ago was that? Good. Okay. So
I think he said he lives in Boynton.
when I finished up the job, I went and looked last night. Went back through. I kept a journal through the years. And I wish that I wrote more about what was going on with that boy than I did, but I didn't. But the last time I saw him was between the end of May and probably, I'm thinking June 15th. So I can double check my notebook, but I think I finished up the job about that time. So I went in there in spring, spent two or 3 weeks, maybe 2 weeks.
I don't know. Apparently, he's only 15 years old. You know who would be good to ask? Tomboy Tom.
Did that, and it was at the end of that when.
Because she,
I saw.
I think went to Idaho.
That time, and that's when there was around May. End of May to June 15th. I'm thinking because I finished up the job and I was still just hanging on because I was taking doctors' places and trying to get stuff ready for me to pack up and take a load from there down to here. Try to get moved up. So I do know that's, I know that I think by the 15th I was back down here. So I come in here,
I don't know.
landed with my sister for a little bit, see what's going on, went back up.
ROTC is like for juniors.
And so I'm thinking the time I saw him was in. And that's when there was an event that took place, and the event's really important. So let's talk about that. So the event took place at the Magritte restaurant.
Or he was trying to get into his ROTC program or something.
So I went in, and I'm thinking, I'm inclined to think that was like on a Saturday or Sunday, because they were usually open on Sunday. I usually eat over when I was there.
So right here it says he may have just turned 18. I think he needs to be 18 before he can go in.
And then I knew everybody.
So he's given 3 different ages.
For me to be over at the Magritte meant that either it was really slam busy on the Saturday, and so I was over at Magritte, or on Sunday. So because that would be the days to be in there, and I knew that occasionally she would eat there too. Anyway, so I was in there in the Magritte eating, and so I was sitting back at the tall tables back across from where their bar is, and so I was there, and I don't think I was eating a big meal or anything, but I know that the boyfriend that died, that he came out from the back and actually served me my wine, so he was there. Whether he was really working there or not, but he was back there, and he may have been part of the staff there. I don't know, but he ended up helping out, serving. The girls were kind of busy more toward the front. Somebody had taken my order. I know that. So whether I got just, did you know my name? No. Well, they had been introduced to me, but other than knowing them as just nice young people that waited on me, and knew that from that, and several times I'd been in there, and 3 of the 4 had been in there. The 4th one, she came in there at some point. So while I was in there, I was sitting back there, and then as I looked up, all of a sudden, instead of you know about what time of day this was?
How tall is he?
Okay, this is a month earlier, or 5 months earlier, so.
It says he's 6 foot, maybe 6'2".
That's a good question. Was it a lunch or? I'm thinking it was probably. Well, I would do if I was doing lessons. Okay, if it was on a Sunday, I would have probably been at church, watched things, so it would have been early afternoon. Okay. If it was a Sunday, Saturday would have been probably similar. I think lunch or early afternoon. It could be evening, but it wasn't late evening by any means. No. If anything, no. I'm kind of thinking just by the sunlight that it was more toward noon or morning even. Okay. So it was earlier in the day.
Comes in.
So he comes in, and he's there, and I think, I remember for a brief moment, I think
G. It said G is 6'2".
but I'm not.
No, it said he's not
wasn't
6'2".
paying too
He's
much
6'1".
attention. And I was kind of surprised to see him there because I don't think I knew he was in
No,
town.
he said because he's talking about he's in pretty good shape.
And he was down there. And then,
Let's see where I
and
said
I
it.
think the other cousin came in, the one that's closer to his age. And but I don't think they stayed real long. But the event that happened is, okay, so the waitress that they'd been waiting on me, and then all of a sudden down there, so the one waitress, she engages in pretty intense conversation. And then pretty quick, there was another one, how tall was this? 6 foot, maybe 6'2". And I don't know what school that is.
Some of zone there that they have to be in, probably.
Yeah, sure.
How tall was this kid?
6 foot, maybe 6'2". I think he's 6'2", probably about 6 foot. Blonde hair, just well groomed, not overly military looking though. Just looking well groomed. Very unfortunate.
Hold up. Did they maybe own the 3rd Street Market?
All other respects. And sadly enough, his philosophies, I don't necessarily disagree with some of what he, other than the fact that he stepped over the line.
Did you just hear what he said?
No.
No, he just said, how tall is this kid? I think he's 6 foot, 6'2".
In good shape because he's probably ready to go in the military.
I remember thinking that he's in pretty good shape, but he's not near in the shape that he, all along I was thinking we're waiting for a little wait.
He's going to get in better shape, is what you're saying.
Real soon. I think he's going to have some second thoughts in that first week or two.
So I want you to just take a minute and look over your notes. Okay? And then what I'm going to do, once you look them over, you don't see anything new. I'm going to go back through this with you, all right? See if I jog through it, all right? See if I miss anything.
He's been studying military style instruction kids.
How do you know that?
Because he talked about it.
Was it like online or?
Yeah, online. I got the impression he spent a lot of time with him. It'd be worthwhile. I was always curious about whatever videos and things he was watching. I had no idea. He didn't. His mom would go to the page. He'd haul off in the times at his house.
Right here. Okay, listen in like 20 seconds.
Well groomed. Not overly military.
I agree with a lot of philosophy. A lot of his philosophies.
Very, unfortunately, very lucky. Just all other respects. And sadly enough, his philosophies, I don't necessarily disagree with some of what he, other than the fact that he's
Did you hear that? I don't disagree with some of what he did, other than he stepped over the line. Is that real life? Did you really just say that? 14 letters? No, Scott Green owned it. Lived there back in the day. Scott Green's parents owned it. Not Ethan's parents.
I remember thinking that he's in pretty good shape, but he's not near in the shape that he, all along I was thinking we're in for a rude awakening. He's going to get better shape, is what you're saying. Real soon. I think he's going to have some second thoughts in that first week or two.
So I want you to just take a minute and look over your notes. Okay?
Oh man, listen to this.
Style extracts kids.
How do you know that?
Because he talked about it.
Was it like online or?
Yeah, online. I checked impression.
Okay, hold on. Here we go.
It'd be worthwhile. I was always curious
Where's
about videos and things he was watching. I had
inside the building? You ready for
his
this?
mom would go into a rampage. He'd haul off him there a few times at his house. We spent the night there one time. It was really a comical night.
Let me find it again.
This big old bulldog they had as a pet. He loved this big bulldog. This big bulldog literally just climbed right up on top. It was kind of bizarre. I wasn't necessarily looking for it. There's a scripture that jumped off the page at me. And I don't know if you've read much, but David was a man after God's own heart. So he had Saul and all his shenanigans, and then David's come along. And there was 3 events where one was David's celebrating the bringing the Ark of the Covenant back, and man sets his hand out to steady it, and God strikes him dead. It's like, it's a little harsh, God. It's like, but God doesn't need our help, type thing. So that was in there. And then there was another man who, he came to Saul, or came to David, and he had to help Saul kill himself. And David had him killed because he touched God's anointing, so that kind of stuff. Then a third time, there's another one that comes, and it's Saul's son. And 2 David's soldiers go and they actually do a murder like this, like what we're dealing with up here, where he takes a knife and stabs him in his sleep. And David had him in his sleep. Pulled just like that. He had his neck killed because they murdered. And so it's kind of funny how that hit me because I was really wrestling because I really like this kid. Sure. And I think for the most part, his heart and the values that he's wanting to defend are not necessarily bad, but you don't step over the line. God doesn't need your help, nor does the justice system. So it kind of set me at peace. I was like, I've got to, as much as this is going to be, I don't see how it's going to turn out very good for me. Because if it goes to court, the first thing you do is you discredit the witness. You dig in, you tear things up. And it's like, well, you don't have to dig to tear too far from the crap from the sky. So, but that verse kind of just makes me, as much as I've kind of grown to like this kid and love him, but maybe in the long run, there's a bigger picture that I can't see. I can't see, since all things work together for good for those who love God and called according to His purpose. I'm having a hard time seeing it right now. But I'm a father too. It's like it was almost like Cain and Abel. I could almost feel the blood crying from the ground for these kids, and I'm just going, man, how can this boy just step on the line just terrifically in their sleep?
Well, we got some follow-up to do too.
Yeah, so that's just from where I'm coming from. I would be thrilled if it's like, well, it wasn't him at all.
And I'll let you know. If as we're going through this, there's some follow-up that we got to identify what his last name is.
I was thinking, I was actually, I hope maybe, I was going, maybe they'll find some DNA, they'll be arrested or whatever, if it's him. So I thought, well, if there is, at least you got a direction from DNA or at least a simple test. Because I understand there was some defense. That's why the statement said, I don't know what else is going to go on. And it's just like, wow, it's just so. And I guess I'm kind of frustrated with us adults.
I'm not sure what religion he is. Probably Christ Church.
Kids willing to just destroy everybody in the internet, whatever there. So as much as everybody's really agreeing on these kids, they weren't totally as sweet as, could be either, but then this other thing is just ruthless.
Well, like I said, I'll keep in contact with you. Okay.
There was something on I can't find now, but it was something about he did some work with somebody named Mr. Something. Can't find it. That was a long redaction. I can't remember. I think he said for someone. Roll. Oh. Oh, never mind.
Relating to the different, I bought different
Rolling Buck.
Buck family, you know, that tried to come into, I knew Roland Buck and the dad went them. So at one time I had a pretty good size.
Is he talking about Buckman or something? Never mind.
You know, I'm thinking that's probably 6-7 inches. This knife, but I knew they made one that was bigger than that. Well, why would you? I'm not chopping wood. You know what I mean? Right now, I'm not taking down a tree. Right. But this knife was big. This last one, and yeah, serious. And it, like I said, it just was just completely psyched to kill. Okay, so I'm sidetracking a little bit. So where are we at here? So about the locations.
You get sidetracked a lot talking about knives.
So
Sidetracked a whole lot talking about knives. But one last thing I want to show you guys before I end this at 5.5 hours. Yeah, that's not normal. So this is in Phoenix. It's all over, but it's in Arizona.
a little bit more set apart.
These people abduct people, homeless bums, and they record snuff films.
All right, so what's your name?
My government name is Shirley. Last name is Walsh. I will be 42 on New Year's Eve. I am currently homeless. I've lost my kids to CPS. I'm not proud of it.
So you were telling me earlier that you got abducted by Midnight Productions?
This is the second time they've came after me now. They've came after my family. They've harmed my family. The first time was 3.5 years ago. I was also homeless at the time too. And I was walking used.
That's not the one.
And Doug.
Excuse me.
There's a thing in Arizona called Midnight Productions. It's technically an urban legend, if you want to call it that. But if you look up interviews with people that are homeless living in the Phoenix area, there are a number of interviews on YouTube about people, or where these people start talking about Midnight Productions, which is apparently a group of ex-law enforcement, politically connected individuals that are abducting homeless people and either raping them on camera, specifically homeless women and children, and then murdering them in snuff films. Now that sounds absolutely bizarre and out of the realm of possibility. But when I first started not doing the paranormal investigation for that video, but digging into it, the amount of people online that have testified to have either have escaped Midnight Productions or have had someone, they were homeless in Phoenix and their friend was abducted by these people in this van. It's like there's thousands and thousands of stories on these forums from people that seem legit. Like they're not just bullshitting. Like these are people that are convinced that these individuals are real. So I went to Phoenix. We interviewed some homeless individuals there. Two of them didn't know the name Midnight Productions, but they had stories of friends that they knew that they saw getting into this van and they never came back. They never even ran into them in any of their social circles in Phoenix. We had this one guy telling us on camera that in this abandoned building, people stay away from this building because they see these, I can't remember, it's like an emergency response van or something that goes and parks there, and they hear women screaming like they're being like raped and killed inside of this building.
Because there's one this bum was like, I guess, I mean, there's no other way to put it, but sucking his dick, and he chopped her head off while he was doing.
I've interviewed people that have broken legs, broken fingers. Why don't you want to go to the hospital? Why don't you go and call the police?
Hold on, Grandma's dial-up's gotta catch up. Son of a bitch. It's these elites.
Proceeds to pull a VHS tape out of his backpack, and when we tracked down a VCR, the video showed some girl giving blank to a guy with a mask. She didn't know she was being filmed. Suddenly he started holding her hair and then started cutting her head off while she was performing that. He never stopped using the head even after it was disconnected from the body. This same guy told me that they have dudes everywhere that sell MP copies of their snuff films, and that one of their providers was the Toy Box Killer, Charles Parker. That's insane. If you don't know that whole story, that serial killer, the Toy Box Killer, had a torture shack in his trailer. He was abducting women and just brutally torturing them inside of this trailer. I cannot go into details here. If you want to hear that full story, Courtney and I did it as an episode of Murder in America, but it's horrific, the things that he was connecting him to it. And every single comment when you go down these forums, Midnight Productions is a common talk of the underground and streets. It's real shit and they foul people. Another comment, This midnight production is very, very real. I used to live in a halfway house with girls from the streets coming in and talking about it. They were scared to death, and girls I've known who knew about it who eventually went missing. So this shit ain't nothing to mess with. You really don't want to know. Someone was asking, this person says you don't want to know what it is unless you're looking for trouble. I wrote this thing explaining a lot, then I erased it. You're poking a wasp's nest. So if you get stung, it's on you. I know nothing about anything. Good luck. I'm not even kidding. You really need to read through some of these comments, because these are people bringing up specific motels. They're saying, like, this woman, multiple people were involved. She was talking about making these films and movies. And then a lot of people saying tread carefully, which is a little bit scary, because it really seems like a lot of people who have been in Phoenix, who understand that Midnight Productions is this local kind of urban legend thing. Well, I'd say you get 3 types of comments from people. 1, Midnight Productions doesn't exist. That's the basic, easy answer here. Number 2, you'll get a comment from somebody saying, I have had experience with Midnight Productions and it's very real. There's online about this. Then you have a 3rd type of comment, which is simply, don't look into this. It is a terrible mistake. So we knew we had to look into it. I mean, just look at all of these Reddit posts, right? You go down and down and down. Everybody has stories about this sort of thing. And it's like, it's insane that this has never been seriously looked into. I don't think I've ever seen an actual YouTube Productions. I don't know if people are scared of it or what. Like, even this person, I heard about Midnight Productions 20 years ago. Supposedly some guys we hung out with were involved and never went back to their house after I heard the kind of shit that they were up to.
This whole shit's going
And I just don't see why people would lie about all this stuff. I mean, these are like regular ass comments, people like legitimately afraid to even talk about this stuff. And yeah, as you go down through all of this shit, all of these different Reddit posts and forums, people are talking about patterns, coming out with their experiences. And at one point I got to this blog, the Truther Girls blog. Now, this is a really, really disturbing article talking about snuff films and in Arizona. This blog post discusses people involved in the local government and the sheriff's office who are involved in Midnight Productions. But what's really interesting about all of that is look at how many comments there are on this post. Look at this, guys. And these people are all telling like true stories. Well, according to them, true stories of Midnight Productions experiences. Like Midnight Productions, big block north of 72nd Avenue. Somebody owns a house near north of this address, not an urban legend, supposed bodies in the backyard. First room is the coffin room. Anyone who has the balls to speak out has disappeared. All of these people talking with really specific details. You know what I mean? And people just bringing up different murder cases. People bringing up sex offenders. Here's the Three Palms Hotel. That is going to come up in a little bit in this documentary. I've seen that come up a few times being mentioned. But yeah, I mean, you go down this rabbit hole, and I've spent days just reading all this stuff. And it's frankly really convincing.
Exactly.
Now, something else that's interesting about production is how it's tied, supposedly according to some people, to the unsolved disappearance / murder of Kel Biggs. She was a young girl who disappeared in the Phoenix area decades ago. And I had never seen a connection between Midnight Productions and this crime until I started researching it. And then I came across comments like this. I was born and raised in Arizona, small town between Phoenix and Tucson. I learned of Midnight Productions as an adult. I had moved to Mesa. I met a young girl that years before was held hostage for months by a man known as Peg Leg Bill. Throughout the years in Mesa, I met many girls / women that had been connected to Midnight Productions. Peg Leg Bill came up often. I don't know why, but some of them would open up. They trusted me. They told me that he was responsible for the kidnapping of a little girl in Mesa years earlier, Mikkel Biggs. And she goes on to give a lot of really specific information talking about how, once again, Mikkel Biggs was, according to her and what people told her, murdered on camera. And it's really, really weird stuff. I mean, even right here on another unconnected Reddit post from 10 months ago, here's another person talking about Mikkel Biggs being kidnapped by the Hells Angels, and then Midnight Productions torturing her, assaulting her, killing her on camera. So you'd think with all these people talking about this online, right, there would be more people talking about it, more videos, more a documentary, more news articles. But there's nothing besides these forum posts and the thousands and thousands of them and the mentions of Midnight Productions and all these specifics. There's nothing.
Jeffrey Dahmer's victims.
And this was scary. I started.
He was
Also looked in the past. I came to this Twitter page staffed by investigators examining allegations of an underground organization in Arizona known as Midnight Productions. They have a contact email, but their last tweet was in 2020.
So Jeffrey Dahmer, here I'll show you this picture that Epstein had in his apartment, and then I'll end it. This is an actual person. It's a crime scene photo. What the hell? Shit, I wasn't sharing it, was I? Now I'm not going to be able to find it again. Hold on. We'll get it. There we go. That right there is a crime scene photo from Dahmer. And Epstein had a painting of this commissioned. and had it hanging in his wherever. Can you guys see that? No, can't see it. This is the type of sick shit that they're into. Like, why would you get like? And the light, it's like life size. It's like 6 foot tall. This painting. Yeah, this is one of his victims. This is one of Dahmer's victims. This was a crime scene photo. Can't find a better one. Yeah, he killed this guy. And just had fun with him. This is his freezer. This is a head. There it is, right here. I guess that's the actual picture. I'm not sure. Oh, this is where he was killed in jail. This was his house. They drew this. The police drew this. You know, like the sketches that they have in the that Ayers drew of the room. Painted skeleton, painted skulls, incense. Shit. Oh, look. He's just got a head with mustard. All right, guys. Don't forget to donate me all your money. Every dollar you get, send it to Wazowski. I only accept donations higher than $1,000. So, see ya. I'll maybe tomorrow. I don't know what time. So, see you guys. Thanks for staying. Appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Inside your bones. Have a good one. Blue Devil. Momos.